Vienna Economic Forum was founded with the aim to promote investment opportunities in the countries from the Adriatic to the Black Sea.
Strong support to the Vienna Economic Forum. If Europe learned something over the last century, it is that economic cooperation works.
And let me thank the Vienna Forum for your work of promoting international understanding and closer economic links.
Dear participants, this year's forum is special. It is an honor and a pleasure to join you today.
The big advantage which our region has is resilience of society and citizen.
I would like to welcome you all on behalf of my organization, and thanks for joining us on today's meeting.
I'm happy to be here and exchange thoughts on regional cooperation and sustainable investments via technological innovation.
Vienna Economic Forum established itself as a meaningful and successful platform.
Vienna Economic Forum has a special place in my heart, as it always looks beyond the horizon of contemporary political noise.
Congratulations for this very special occasion today.
At the Vienna Economic Forum, and to be part of this very important conversation.
The very high interest shown towards the Western Balkans.
I'm pleased to take part at Vienna Economic Forum session.
I do see how the value added that this forum can create for the region.
Who could give the answer to the politicians?
As a representative of the private sector, to share our opinion about the challenges and the opportunities we can face in Europe and in Southeastern Europe as a part of it.
I believe there is value in working together on this important uniting issue.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen,
crisis has accelerated tremendously.
Economy is the motor.
The economy is a driving force in difficult and uncertain times.
I was never disappointed with
Vienna Economic Forum.
Vienna Economic Forum.
cu noi aici pe podium, domnule Recean. Dear ladies and gentlemen, honorable audience, onorată audiență, vă salutăm pe toți la Vienna Economic Forum, care se desfășoară la Chisinau sub patronajul domnului Dorin Recean, prim-ministrul al Republicii Moldova. Creat ca o viziune a cooperării în 2004, după o lungă perioadă a unei Europe împărțite, Vienna Economic Forum a fost fondat pentru a reconecta foștii vecini, țări care chiar și după căderea cortinei de fier se cunoșteau greu din punct de vedere economic. Viena, în inima Europei, a devenit sediul natural pentru această inițiativă de a promova cooperarea economică regională în regiune, definit geografic de fondatori ca forumul ce are loc de la Marea Adriatică la Marea Neagră. De la înființare, Forumul Economic de la Viena a crescut constant și a obținut statutul a unui ONG, ori astăzi, la 21 de ani după înființare, Vienna Economic Forum este o organizație internațională, bine cunoscută cu sediul în Viena. În fiecare an, forumul din noiembrie are loc la Viena, în timp ce în fiecare primăvară, Forumul Economic de la Viena se reunește în una din țările membre și în cea de-a patra oară se reunește la Chisinau. Includerea Moldovei și a Ucrainei a fost bazată pe o dorință explicită din partea reprezentanților lor în 2004 de a-și afirma alegerea europeană și de a deveni parte a acestei noi platforme internaționale pro-europene cu priorități economice. Cu peste 2 decenii de experiență, Forumul Economic de la Viena intră acum într-o nouă fază a dezvoltării sale, cu scopul clar de a deveni o adevărată organizație internațională, având sediul de la Viena, care servește cooperării economice și înțelegerii internaționale și interculturale în regiune și dincolo de aceasta. Stimate doamne, stimate domni, de fapt lansăm oficial acest eveniment din stins în Republica Moldova, la Chisinau, oferind cuvânt de salut distinșilor oaspeți pe care, cu permisiunea dumneavoastră, aș dori mai întâi să-i prezint. So we would like to present our distinguished panelists in our opening session, Her Excellency Ambassador Dr. Elena Kircheva, member of the Board, Secretary General of Vienna Economic Forum, and we would like to ask you kindly to applaud with our warm hosting in the Republic of Moldova. We would like to present Mr. Ambassador Dr. Emil Brix, Director, Diplomatische Academy Wien, Vienna School of International Studies, President of Vienna Economic Forum. His Excellency Mr. Dorin Recean, Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova, patron of Vienna Economic Forum. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your kind greetings. And Magister Peter Hoffinger, Deputy General Manager and Deputy Chairman of the Managing Board of Vienna Insurance Group, Austria. We would like to also present Ms. Natalia Bijan, Director of Invest Moldova Agency, strategic partner of Vienna Economic Forum, and Her Excellency Stella Avaloni, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Republic of Austria in the Republic of Moldova. Also, allow us to greet and to welcome Mr. Ognian Donev, Chairman of the Board of Directors and Executive Director of Sofarma, Bulgaria, and Magister Heinz Messinger, Managing Director, AMI International GmbH. Honorable audience, we would like to give the floor for opening and welcome session to Her Excellency Ambassador Dr. Elena Kircheva, Member of the Board, Secretary General of Vienna Economic Forum. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Rufa, and Excellencies, dear Prime Minister, dear patron of Vienna Economic Forum, Excellencies, Ambassadors and Ministers in Hall. It's a real pleasure to be here in Chisinau and to participate and to organize this Vienna Economic Forum Chisinau meeting 2025. It is symbolic that we are here in this government building, and let me share with you the sense of responsibility in choosing today's motto, Moldova in Focus. We are living in uncertain and turbulent times across the world, in Europe and in the WEF, Vienna Economic Forum region, from the Adriatic to the Black Sea, times in which nearly all branches of the economy are affected in a categorical way. These times have shown that, fortunately, in some places, let me say in some places, the right of the might prevails over the might of the law. In such circumstances, the questions arise. The questions, what are the basis motto of Vienna Economic Forum? Will cooperation remain the cornerstone of Vienna Economic Forum activities? Will cooperation continue to serve as the solid and proven foundation for the further development of the regional economy as part of the European and global economy? Is this type of cooperation which believes in positive economic development through mutual respect for existing interests and for the good balance between public and private interests still relevant? We, from Vienna Economic Forum, we continue to believe in the power of economic cooperation. We are convinced that Moldova has the will, the strength, and the resources to follow its European path. Vienna Economic Forum is pleased today to welcome high-level representatives from many economic sectors from the European and non-European countries who are active in or interested in contributing to Moldova's further economic development. Thank you, Prime Minister Rechan, distinguished patron Vienna Economic Forum, and thank you to all ministers and representatives of the Moldovan executive who have the big and so important responsibility for prospective development of the Moldova economy. Thank you to the ambassadors and diplomatic representatives here in hall today. We all know how crucial diplomacy has become in our time. Welcome to all participants in the hall. I'm very pleased to announce that we have participants from 22 countries. And many thanks to the representatives of different sectors of economy who are here with us today. Representative of banking and insurance sector, of infrastructure, of health, of standards services, and especially of the energy sector, a sector very important for Moldova. A special thank you to the strategic partner of Vienna Economic Forum, Moldova Investment Agency, and you, the director Bejan. And from Chisinau, a special thanks to Moldova Ambassador in Vienna, Her Excellency Victoria Roja, for their initiative to organize this Vienna Economic Forum. A big thank you to the Ambassador of Austria to Moldova, Her Excellency Ms. Stella Valone, for her tireless support in the whole organization of today's event, today's meeting. And we are here today, the President of Vienna Economic Forum, Ambassador Dr. Bix, who is Director of Diplomatic Academy of Vienna, the Vice Presidents here on the stage of Vienna Economic Forum. In whole, they are members of the boards of Vienna Economic Forum and members of Vienna Economic Forum. We are here and want to underscore the importance of the Vienna Economic Forum founding member Moldova, because Moldova is one of the founding members, 13 founding members of Vienna Economic Forum in 2004 in Vienna. In keeping with the demands of the times, Vienna Economic Forum continues to form new partnership with partners from different regional, European, non-European countries and destinations, and we will actively work for that. And here in Hall, allow me to say that we have also participants from Bangladesh, near all ambassadors who represent here the countries, their countries in Moldova and Chisinau. Last but not least, allow me to inform you about a recent initiative of Vienna Economic Forum. We, Vienna Economic Forum, we launched the creation of a League of University, Liga of University, with the WEF region. The initiative has been well received, is developing rapidly, and numerous memoranda of understanding have been already signed with universities of different WEF member countries. Today we are pleased, and I'm expecting at the end of the today's meetings to sign a memorandum of understanding with the Moldova State University. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish all of us constructive time, interesting contributions, and exacting discussion. And we hope very much to put and to help to Moldova to put Moldova in the focus of the economic interests of different countries. And please save the date for the next Vienna Economic Forum, 17th of November in Vienna. You are invited to come to Vienna Economic Forum, Vienna Future Dialogue 2025, of 17th of November. Thank you very much. Back to you, Madam.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Ms. Elena Kircheva, thank you so much for your very valuable inputs. Indeed, Moldova is unveiling its opportunities, and Vienna Economic Forum is another great occasion for us to really create new partnerships and discover new contacts. On this occasion, allow me to give the floor to His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Emil Briggs, Vienna School of International Studies, President of Vienna Economic Forum. Mr. Briggs, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Prime Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome from my side. You heard from our Secretary General all the words of thank you and the reasons why we are here. Just let me add maybe 2 or 3 points, very short. The first point is, it's not by chance that we are here in Chisinau. It is on purpose that we are here because of what is going on economic-wise and political-wise in your country. The growth rate you have is much higher than, for instance, the economic growth rate we have in Austria. We are about 0 at the moment. You are 2.5 towards 3 point, which is a lot. And secondly, you are in a very decisive moment also of political decision-making in Europe. And we need countries like Moldova to continue our European path. It's very easily said that countries like Austria, we are well-experienced and long-standing democracies with a history of that. But we need countries like Moldova to continue the success story that we have democracy in Europe. So let's hope this is a good year also for Moldova. And my third point is really politics needs help. We need the help of business and economy. Otherwise, it will not be successful really to integrate this region. And we learned a lot that talking about geopolitical changes all the time, that's important for politics. But actually in business and in economics, we look deeper, we look into the regional situation. And we need to have platforms like, we believe, the Vienna Economic Forum, which helps us for this regional cooperation. And it's not by chance that all the European Union institutions in the economic field, all the institutions from World Bank to the European Investment Bank, they are all talking about regional cooperation and how important it is that the region works together. For us, our region since 21 years is the region from the Adriatic Sea to the Black Sea, and for good reasons so, because this is the only platform, as far as we know, which really continuously works for this cooperation. So this is the reason why it makes sense to be here with you in Moldova. And I'm very happy that we are, for the fourth time already, here in Chisinau. And I look forward to a continued cooperation, and especially this extra cooperation that will be started in the field of higher education is something which is an additional factor for this cooperation. But because, as you know, in business and economics, we need good education. And only if we have this technological-minded new set of people with a different mindset, we will succeed. Maybe it was a bit too much of a pathetical opening from my side, but we need this in our times. We need also the idea why we are doing what we are doing. So welcome from my side.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. Emil Briggs. Indeed, regional integration and EU integration of the Republic of Moldova, the key priorities at the moment. And on this occasion, I would like to invite Mr. Dorin Recean, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova and the patron of the Vienna Economic Forum in Chisinau, to take the floor at the microphone. Mr. Dorin Recean.
Thank you very much.
Dear business community, excellencies, actually I'm very privileged to be what you call patron of Vienna Economic Forum. And I was saying yesterday when we have met that I see similarities between Vienna Economic Forum and World Economic Forum, because we're speaking about politics, we're speaking about economics, and we're speaking about business, and this is interlinked. Now, you're right, Dr. Briggs, it's very important what happens in the region, and I would like to praise Austria for being capable of making alliances in the region and for the region, and they are working well for everyone in the region. Now, this morning at 8 o'clock, we have seen a lot of optimism in the region coming from Bucharest. And as for now, that was at 8 o'clock. As for now, we're seeing this optimism spreading throughout the Central and Eastern Europe. It is still moderated very much by what's going on, I mean, the Russian aggression in Ukraine. But I'm convinced that the long-term objectives of the democratic world of the democracies are for this region to be in peace, prosperity, and security. And this should bring us into the mood to persist, to continue to invest in our democracy and in our economic environment. Now, Moldova has a very straightforward strategic objective to be a member of European Union, and this will already is opening the EU single market, but also the other markets with whom the European Union has free trade and other arrangements in terms of agreements. Moldova is very keen on advancing on the reforms that are necessary. I would like to praise here my team. Here is Doina Nistor and Natalia Bejan. Doina Nistor is making the environment welcoming to the businesses, and Natalia is promoting it, and please applaud these two ladies. Thank you very much. We are evolving into a digital-first economy, being that into the digital systems themselves, or agriculture, or manufacturing, or other economic fields. We are very proud to see the evolution of the businesses into the Moldova IT park. We have until 2035 already this regime that is favoring not only IT but also research and development ongoing, and this will help us improve the productivity. We see that the number of tech talent already quadrupled in the last few years. By the way, please know that the highest share of IT people per head in the region is here in Moldova. We have a very strong and resilient financial sector, and here I'd like to praise the financial monitoring authorities for bringing in very good and strong regulations. And given the profile of the Moldovan economy, we see here strong economic opportunities. It's very important that we continue bringing more sophistication to the financial instruments that are available to the business community for financing investments, for financing their exports. And here is, from one side, the need of the business community, but from the other side is an opportunity for the financial sector. Now, in terms of the insurance sector as well, this is only the beginning. We see a rising demand from the businesses, but also from the consumers for more advanced and complex insurance products. So I would welcome in this field more investments and activity. I would once again emphasize the energy sector, which is ripe for investments, but also industry and electronics and pharmaceuticals. So welcome to Moldova, where you can enjoy wine while being very good in IT, in finance and other sectors. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Dorin Recean. Indeed, we have to reiterate on the business side how strong, productive, and really efficient is the cooperation of the current Minister's Cabinet, the government, the Prime Minister with the business sector, and also that today's representation in the panel is a very good example of that. On this occasion, please allow me to give the floor to Mr. Magister Peter Hofinger, Deputy General Manager and Deputy Chairman of the Managing Board, Vienna Insurance Group, Austria, cooperation partner of Vienna Economic Forum. Mr. Hofinger, the floor is yours.
Dear Prime Minister, the Excellencies, the distinctive guests, I'm proud and honored to be here today. The title is Building Economic Bridges During Difficult Times. I think we all will have to learn there will be for the next years and maybe decades always difficult times. So we should learn to deal with volatility. We as Vienna Insurance Group, 70% of our business is out of Central Eastern Europe. One of our biggest advantages is the region, because there we have colleagues, employees, but also clients, which have learned over the last decades to deal with unpredictability, to deal with uncertainty, and to deal with volatility. All topics which maybe in when many other mature economies, these abilities we have a bit lost due to a very foreseeable, mature and good environment. I think for the future there's a huge competitive advantage of the region, and here also specifically of Moldova, in catching up and outperform what we will see in economy. Moldova is an economy in transformation from agriculture and industry moving more to services, having now more than 60% of service contributing to the GDP. I think very important is your approach to European Union at this early stage. Having fundings from European Union, and we are expecting that Moldova will have a much faster development economically, but also by institutions and coming to European Union than all the other countries in the past, starting here. What is also a very positive sign, I have been informed that there is first time also a higher rate of returning of migration from Moldovan back to Moldova. This is a sign of a strong belief in the future of the country, when people return to the country to open here businesses, to make businesses, and I think this is one of the strongest things. Let me maybe also shortly come to the most actual topics. Just to underline that we are a strong believer of what we are saying. We are very happy and grateful. We have been invited in discussions with the government in taking over 80% of Moldasik. Moldasik having a market share of more than 14%. We would be proud and happy if we are able to come here to a conclusion and contribute with our know-how and our experience out of the region and out of the different stages of development of economies in developing the insurance market. Insurance market is one of the most important markets in developing general economy. On one hand side, we are collecting premiums, which then gets reinvested normally in the local markets. Secondly, we are protecting investments and we are protecting developments for the unexpected, which makes economy more resilient. And just to give you one figure to show what is the potential here, you have to imagine the premium per capita in Moldova is around 60 euro. The premium per capita in Romania is around 200 euro. The premium per capita in Austria is more than 2,300 euro. So I think there is a bright future also for us in insurance industry. We are committed, we are looking forward, giving our part to the development of Moldova.
Thank you so much, Mr. Höfinger. It's a very nice news about Moldasig, and we would like to wish you really good luck and success with the market expansion in Moldova. Honorable audience, dear ladies and gentlemen, we have a very important ceremony now, and on this occasion I would like to give the floor to Her Excellency Ambassador Dr. Elena Kircheva for an awarding ceremony by awarding Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Dorin Recean, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova, with a plaque of honor for the Vienna Economic Forum.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to announce that after this short ceremony, the Presidium of the Vienna Economic Forum is very proud to have a short bilateral meeting with you, dear Prime Minister. And before going to this bilateral meeting with our investors, please take this plaque of honor of Vienna Economic Forum. We are very proud that you are our patron. We will expect you in November in Vienna, what means in September, toi for the election.
Look, thank you very much. I know that prime ministers are entitled for these kinds of plaques, but this goes to my team, to those that I have already presented, but also to everyone else in the government that works day and night in order to make sure that the business environment here is good. We are trying hard in these very difficult times and volatile times to make the environment welcoming by debureaucratizing, but also very importantly, by approaching the big EU market. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, we would like to thank you so much for very valuable inputs over the opening session and welcoming remarks. And we would like to close this session by inviting you all to the second session of the event. Thank you so much. Maybe just to express our distinguished applauses and recognition to all of our panelists, Her Excellency Ambassador Dr. Elena Kircheva, Member of the Board, Secretary General of Vienna Economic Forum. Ambassador Emil Brix, Director, Diplomatic Academy Wien, Vienna School of International Studies, President of Vienna Economic Forum. Mr. Dorin Recean, Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova, Patron of Vienna Economic Forum in Chisinau. Mr. Magister Peter Höfinger, Deputy General Manager and Deputy Chairman of the Managing Board, Vienna Insurance Group. We would like to thank you so much for your valuable inputs, and then we continue our second session. Yes, of course. Thank you. Thank you. Audience, we would like to launch our second session, and by asking Ms. Avalone, Her Excellency Ms. Stella Avalone, who is the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Republic of Austria to the Republic of Moldova, and Ms. Natalia Bejan, Director Invest Moldova Agency, Strategic Partner of Vienna Economic Forum, to stay with us in the second session. And we would like to invite Ms. Doina Nistor, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Economic Development and Digitalization, to the scene, please. Ms. Doina Nistor, please join us on the scene. Mr. Dr. Alexander Pikir, CEO, Moldinkom Bank. Please join us to the scene. Maxim Boyko, Sales and Marketing Director, Canon, CE Austria, representative of the member of the board of Vienna Economic Forum, Ms. Mila Nenova, Executive Director of Invest Bulgaria Agency, Ms. Dr. Olega Sniaksu, a digital health expert, International GmbH Austria, representative of the member of the board of Vienna Economic Forum, and Mr. Arvid Turkner, Managing Director for Ukraine and Moldova, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Please join us on the scene. Honorable audience, distinguished guests, we would like to give the floor and to launch this panel to Her Excellency Dr. Doina Nistor, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Economy, Development and Digitalization of the Republic of Moldova. Ms. Nistor, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It's such a joy to be here this morning, and apologies for taking the stage first, but I need to run to the Parliament also to discuss a very important project for Moldova, and we're speaking about the technology park. We're very glad to host the Vienna Economic Forum here in Chisinau. I think this is a symbolic moment for our country as we're going through historic transformations. Moldova is changing. Moldova is part of the European Union. And I think that as we are growing and confidently stepping into the European Union, we are stepping into the European market, the regional market, and also the global economy. What I want to say that the Moldovan economy is pivoting on a model that's a cost-based, that used to be in the recent maybe 10 years, into a model that's innovation-centric, and as the Prime Minister said, that's also digital and technology-centric. And we would like you to join us in this journey. What we are also doing for Moldovan businesses and for the Moldovan investors, we're making sure that it's easier to do business in Moldova. And I think this lies at the heart of the rationale to continue growing and doing business here in our country. In only 3 years, we have launched 5 packages of deregulation for businesses, and the 6th one is on its way as we speak. We have also introduced a 0% flat income tax for reinvested profits, and this has generated a strong vibe in terms of private investment in the economy. Last year, the private investments increased by 15% after 2 years of actually decline. So we see this as a positive trend, which means that the Moldovan businesses want to do business in Moldova, and we want to certainly them continue doing so. Needless to say that we have doubled the number of digital public services. What is important is we view digitalization at the heart of cutting red tape and improving the business services, improving the interaction between the government and the business, and the government and the citizen. Our view is to have 75% of the digital services, of the public services digitalized by the end of 2027, and eventually to reach 100% digitalization. This means faster, more efficiency, less bureaucracy, and just higher ease of doing business. What is important is the structural changes in the Moldovan economy. Of course, we view as the preoccupations now in Europe, we need a modern industry. We need to reindustrialize, and we need to continue investing, but is what is so-called not a traditional industry, but a modernized industry. In that sense, for Moldova, it's important now to boost the private investments and this newer investment in industrialization. I have actually visited, since we're speaking about, Vienna Economic Forum, and Austria has a big role to play here. I've had the chance to visit and speak with some of the investors up north, like Gebauer Griller, And I want to say that these are high-quality investments, these are high-quality jobs, these are investments in engineering capacity of the country, and we want to continue doing so. What we have done on behalf of the government is we have launched the state aid scheme. We have put 100 million euro in the new state aid scheme with the view to encourage large-scale investments in priority industrial areas. And we're not only speaking about local investors. Of course, we already have 8 or 10 projects underway in different areas like agro-processing, construction materials from local investors, but we also welcome diaspora businesses, and we also welcome foreign investors under the state aid scheme. We are targeting, in addition with high value added in industry and industrialization, anywhere from electronics, automotive, agro-processing, where we want to add value to the traditional agricultural sector, to areas like pharmaceuticals and biotechnology. So that we can create more value added in the industry. Last but not least, as the Prime Minister spoke about financial and the financial systems, and they're the backbone for a healthy economic environment and a healthy investment environment. And Moldova's accession to SEPA, we're also speaking about an expansion of the Bucharest Stock Exchange into Moldova later in the fall. Peter from AVIG announced that they will be entering, we're discussing them entering into the insurance market. All of these are steps toward deeper EU market integration and boosting the investor confidence and the capital mobility and financial inclusion. The digital-first economy, as the Prime Minister noted, we do have a boosting tech workforce. We see that the young people want to continue studying at the Moldovan universities. After 10 years of decline, we actually do have more enrollment in the Moldovan universities as of last year, and including in tech and engineering. And that's really, really encouraging because where Moldova is moving into an innovation-driven economy, we need those engineers, we need that tech workforce, and we are glad that the young people are deciding to continue and studying here. But not even so. The government is looking after the tech sector, and we have expanded the 7% single tax for the tech industry until 2035 with a guarantee fixed in the law for the investors for predictability. And that makes us even more cost competitive in the tech industry. But not only that, we have expanded it to research and development. We have expanded it to BPO because Moldova also wants to develop the service industry. There was mentioned that the service industry has more in the GDP, and true. Last year and this year, we see that the service industry, from a structural change, is taking more of the stage in the Moldovan economy, and I think this is where also the future lies. In the diversification into the service industry. While Moldova is a market of only 2 million people, it's actually a market of 500 million people because we have unprecedented access to Western markets. We have free trade agreements with the EU, with EFTA, with the UK, and with some other partners. And so look at Moldova as a regional foothold, as a regional springboard for your business and for your corporation. Last but not least, the 1.9 billion growth plan. 1.9 billion. This is the largest historic package for Moldova. It's the largest financial package that has technology, digitalization, and innovation at its core, alongside with investment in infrastructure, energy, transportation, education, and healthcare that actually ensures a better life for all of the citizens, but also is a foundation for your investment. I want to conclude by saying that the time to do business with Moldova is now. The time to invest in Moldova is now. We appreciate the partnership and the door that is wide open from the EU partners, from the EU countries, from the EU businesses. We also want to thank the Moldovan businesses for continuing to do business in Moldova. And I hope that we can continue this exciting dialogue. And the Ministry of Economic Development and Digitalization is here next to you in all of your plans. or challenges, please give us a phone call and we will try to fix it, because for us, business comes first. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Ms. Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Economic Development and Digitalization of Moldova, Ms. Doina Nistor. Indeed, Moldova is a land of opportunities, and especially now when we have our growth plan approved, many of the opportunities will still arise, and we are very happy that a lot of things are already happening for the Moldovan businesses, and there is a high interest for the foreign businesses to join, to come to Moldova. Thank you so much for the whole effort of the team, Your Excellency, and I am sure that we will leave Ms. Doina Nistor to the Parliament to defend the very important law, and thank you once again for your time and involvement. Thank you. Honorable audience, indeed, all of these actions, they have to be also reflected in actions in implementation context, and the investment agency of the Republic of Moldova, which is a very much growing agency with a lot of new areas being discovered and very valuably used and explored. Ms. Natalia Bejan, who is the director and strategic partner of today's event, will really tell you what the investment agency is doing, what is the growing path of the Republic of Moldova, and how the investments can be attracted to the Republic of Moldova. Ms. Director Natalia Bejan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. With your permission, I'll use I'll feel more in action if I'll be standing and telling you about all of the plans that we have. I would also really much appreciate if you could put my presentation on the screen and give me the clicker. Thank you. I was at the Vienna Economic Forum back in November in Austria, in Vienna. And it was a coincidence that back then, just exactly as it is today, there were elections. Back then it was the second round of elections, the presidential elections for Moldova. And honestly, because Vienna Economic Forum is not about Moldova, but in Vienna I felt that that was the topic of the day. And it wasn't that difficult afterwards to persuade through just an open discussion with Mrs. Kircheva, with Mr. Briggs, to bring Vienna Economic Forum to Chisinau. Since then, Moldova remains open to business, and it remains even more aligned than ever now to the EU values here in Chisinau. That is not only because we voted yes at the referendum and now being on a fast track to join the European Union, but also the numbers are speaking about it. As we speak today, we have 84% of the foreign direct investments in Moldova, in the stock of the foreign direct investments, which is more than 5.3 million euros. It is coming from the EU 27 countries. More than 67% of exports of Moldova, as of 2024 for the whole year, are going to EU 27 countries. So the relationship with the EU are undeniable. We are already very closely interrelated, and also, as Mrs. Nistor has mentioned, even though we are a small country of only 2.4 million people, at the same time, thanks to the diplomatic relationships that Moldova has, we have access to the market of more than 800 million people, thanks to the free trade agreements that our country has signed. So once again, there is the open message that investing into Moldova is not only investing into our market, but having a platform that is giving you access to many more countries than just Moldova. Also, a couple of interesting things is that Moldova has a positive, stable outlook when it comes to Fitch. It has been reassessed at the beginning of this year. We have a very positive outlook on the gender balance, especially in the economic opportunities in Moldova. You will see very many women in powerful positions, and we were making also jokes today in the morning that we are not discriminating the men, so it's not like we have some problems to solve there, but it's true that in Moldova, women do feel comfortable in leading companies, leading organizations, and, as you know, leading the country, as well as our president as well is a woman. Interestingly enough, a couple of weeks ago, a UK relocation company has named Moldova the #1 destination for investments in real estate property in 2025. So that is, again, yet another idea of thinking what to invest into Moldova. But giving you just a couple of very concrete points where to invest in Moldova today, I would actually restate what our Prime Minister had said and our Deputy Prime Minister Doina Nistor has said. First of all is the IT. Because of the talent, because of the experience that we have built within the last 8 years of the existence of Moldova IT Park. In Moldova, IT and business service companies are paying a flat, unique tax of 7% on revenue, nothing else, meaning no insurance on medical insurance or social insurances, no employer taxes, no road taxes. There is just one single tax that is being paid by the companies that has led to the increase of the sector 6 times in the last 8 years in terms of the revenues. More than 90% of the production of the IT sector is going for the export, so we know that this is a validated platform for the investors, for the companies to invest into. And also this regime of 7% flat tax rate, which we call Moldova IT Park, has a guarantee until 2035, which means that the government is giving you the insurance that this is not going to change in the next 10 years. Secondly is the industry, industrialization. Since the beginning of this year, the government has selected 6 industries that you have here as well on the board. It's automotive, electronics, agri-food processing, construction materials, which is very much also related to the reconstruction of Ukraine and using Moldova as a platform for that as well, our contribution to the reconstruction of Ukraine, textiles, and pharma and chemical. So we are speaking about 6 industries of high added value, for which if you make an investment, either as a foreign investor or as a local investor, an investment of more than €500,000, the government is coming with a contribution of up to 60%, actually minimum 50, maximum 60% from your investment. So we are speaking about millions of euros that are being put aside by the government and encouraging the private investors to invest into the economy of Moldova. And last but not the least important is the infrastructure. Back in November or December, if you were in Moldova, you would have heard that we are living one of the biggest crises. That was the crisis of energy. And what the business usually does is that it turns the biggest crisis into the biggest opportunity. So for sure in this year we are going to see some of the largest investments into the renewables in the Republic of Moldova, and we still have a lot of space on the market for the balancing of the energy and also for the storage of the energy. But besides the renewable energy, we are also speaking about hard infrastructure. So when Mrs. Doina Nistor has spoken about the growth plan of 1.9 billion euros that is coming from EU towards Moldova, a big chunk of that support is going to go to the infrastructure. And in order to support all of those projects for the infrastructures, we need the best companies implementing those projects. So I am here inviting the companies who have the expertise in engineering, in building, being it roads, being it bridges, being it railway, to consider Moldova, because there is a lot of opportunities for work and for sure for investments. So I will end here my very, I hope, call to action presentation. We do have here in the audience many colleagues of mine from Invest Moldova agency. We are going to be throughout the whole event here, and we'll be very happy and ready to answer all of the questions that you have. But once again, Moldova is open for business, and I hope, and I actually want to thank Vienna Economic Forum for giving us the opportunity to bring this message even further to more people around Europe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Natalia. Indeed, a lot of things are being done now. We just have to catch them and to turn, crisis into opportunity and business possibilities to expand. On this occasion, I would like to give the floor to Her Excellency, Ms. Stella Valoni, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Republic of Austria to the Republic of Moldova. And on this occasion, I would like, on behalf of the Moldovan businesses, but also government, to thank Austrian government, Austrian people for all of the support and help which is very much offered to the Republic of Moldova in the most critical situations, but also for sustainable development. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear Natalia Bejan, dear Mariana Rufer, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I will present the point of view of Austria on the economic, political and regional relationship with Moldova. What are the potentials? First of all, I would like to underline that this year Austria is celebrating a very important anniversary, 30 years of our membership in the EU. We have at the moment also an exhibition on this jubilee in the National Library here in Moldova, which can be seen till the end of this month. And this EU accession has transformed Austria politically, economically, and in many other aspects, but we can also say that in these last 3 decades, also the European Union has changed and has become more and more a union of peace, values, and economic strength. And all this experience from this transformative power of EU integration, we want now to offer to our partners, to new countries who are standing at the threshold of the European Union, such as the Republic of Moldova. When we speak about the political relations between our 2 countries, we have had an intense exchange of visits in the last few years of the highest ranks of our 2 republics. And of course, as was already mentioned, especially all the steps to a closer EU integration have helped even to intensify the relationships between our 2 countries, starting with the association agreement in 2014, then the award of the candidate status in 2022, the decision by the European Council in 2023 to open negotiations which were then officially opened in June 2024. And of course, as was also already mentioned, the economic growth plan for Moldova, which is really a big package with 1.9 billion euros, with 3 main parts. The one is the reform and growth facility for Moldova, that's the main financial pillar, then an improved access to the single market and support to socio-economic and fundamental reforms in Moldova. And all these reforms should help in order to improve the investment climate, support small and medium enterprises, enhance skills and qualifications, and generally create a greater convergence of Moldova with EU standards. There are 2 points or 2 aspects which I would like to especially underline. The one is the focus of Austria on the Western Balkans. Our Federal Minister Beate Meindl-Reisinger was recently in the region, and she stated that the EU would be incomplete without the accession of the countries of the Western Balkans, but that the process must be tangible and credible for the entire population of the region, and that the accession criteria are valid for all candidate countries and must not only be met but also be lived. And on the other hand, we have our great solidarity for Moldova in the face of the Russian war of aggression with Ukraine. Moldova shouldered a big humanitarian challenge. We have at the moment, I think, 128,000 refugees in the countries and more even transited Moldova. And Moldova kept the borders open, which is really a sign of a big European spirit. Then in the economic field, we have very solid relations with Moldova. We are among the top 10 investors in the country. We have around 100 Austrian firms which are registered here, out of which 35 are particularly active. They are active in such fields as finance, insurance, agriculture, and the automotive sector. And our firms have, at least these are the data of the end of 2022, they have invested around 100 million euros and created 2,200 direct jobs. We also have the Austrian Development Agency here, which is supporting economic programs, for example, by business partnerships or in the field of vocational education and training. And here I would like to mention the new Austrian school which we are going to build. It will be a higher technical college for technical informatics and electronics. And we thus hope to boost and modernize the school systems of our two countries, to strengthen the respective business hubs, and that we can also thus address the question of the lack of skilled labor. One also important point for me is rule of law. For foreign investors, it is absolutely necessary to build up their confidence that the procedures are transparent and that contracts are consistently enforced. Moldova has done a lot in this field with the judicial reform, but still has to continue to focus on that. And finally, the regional cooperation. Of course, the Vienna Economic is an ideal platform for political decision makers, for people from the business sector and the civil society. And I think together with the Economic Forum, we can try to build up, together with Moldova, a more connected, competitive, and more peaceful Europe. In this sense, I wish you all the best for the further discussions within the forum. And one last remark, well, we have all the partners and sponsors here, but I would also like to mention a special thanks to the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, because they have also helped us with some valuable logistic support. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. So we are going on with the program, and I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Dr. Alexander Picher, CEO, Moldova Income Bank, member of the board of Vienna Economic Forum. Mr. Picher, if you can share with us some insights of the financial market, which is one of the most important elements to ensure sustainable growth in the country, some insights on how your bank contributes to the overall context in this regard. Please, of course.
Good. Yeah, thank you. Here we go. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. It is a pleasure to be here. For me, it's the ideal combination. Being an Austrian, being responsible here for a huge Bulgarian investment, the Vienna Economic Forum is exactly the point to be, and I'm very proud that I am a member of the Vienna Economic Forum now too, that our bank, Moldova Income Bank, is a very strong promoter of the Vienna Economic Forum. As has been said, the economy is the driver behind that, and I want to tell you a little bit about the opportunities of Moldova, and talking here a little bit about the GDP real growth by countries, sorry, which you see here over the last 5 years, which is not so promising. That's the blue lines, and the big hope in the sunny yellow or orange here. So you do see that Moldova on the very left side is leading. So we do have the hope to really increase their GDP for over 5%. For the time being, we are not so lucky. But if you look to the right-hand side, I mean, for Europe, this is quite a good opportunity there too. If you compare that with other countries here, normally you see, well, the glass is half empty. Here I see that it's half full, so we can develop further on. On the PPP GDP per capita in 23, we are on the lower side there. But you see, we have the opportunity to really grow more and to develop more there. And as you say in the shares, yeah, you don't put your hand into a falling knife, but the knife is already going up. So now is the time to invest, because still it's a good opportunity. And I really congratulate Vienna Insurance Group to have the stamina to invest now. Our Bulgarian shareholder, Doverje, they made it even better. They invested 6 years ago, and they already reap in the huge possibilities which Moldova and the banking sector says. So where are we going, and where is the money coming from? You see here in the pie chart that most of it, 16.5%, is commerce. Then you have a small portion of agriculture, manufacturing industry, and construction. And this is what I want to tell to the investors. These are the opportunities. Not only the IT, but also the manufacturing and also the construction. You see here real estate quite small with 7%, but actually real estate is keeping the market up now. Real estate is really strong, as has been said by Nathalie Bejan, that real estate is one of the opportunities to invest now into it. Education was mentioned, and to health and social assistant. Education, a very important part here. You see the net taxes on products. We are on a small part here, so really the ideal point for investors. The GDP evolution will go on, and we hope to be a part of that and support that. Inflation, actually, the latest numbers were coming out. Now we are at 7.76%, so a little bit of praise to our very strict regulator, to the National Bank of Moldova, because they managed to get the inflation down quite substantially. We were higher there. We do have the hope now that by the end of the year, the inflation really will come closer to the 5%, which is the red line, which was in the forecast there. Forecast is always as difficult, as you know, particularly if it's about the future, but we are quite confident that this forecast will be keeping, and that's a good news for the government. Let me give you 2 words about the banking systems. So the banking system, which you have on the upper side, is developing fantastically well in Moldova, which is good news, because the banks are and were a problem in very many countries, in very many developing countries. So you have a very stable banking system, and it's growing. And it's growing, and there is still another possibility for growth, because the penetration rate, that means how much the banks are really in the full area of the development, is not so big. The indebtedness is not so big. So if you see here, the loans are growing up. We had 26% growth in 2024, and in the deposits 13%. The deposits are higher than that. We do need the EBRD, we do need international investments, we do need the EIB to further help us financing the economy. With a small word down below on Moldinkom Bank, I mean, well, the market and loans grew 26%, we grew 37%, and 20% in deposits, where the market grew 13%. So Moldinkom Bank, we are number 2, but of course we praise where we are number 1. We are number 1 in the cards, we're number 1 in profitability, we're number 1 in money remittances, which is a very important part of the economy. We are number 1 in the network. We're number 2 in assets, loans, deposits, profits, and own funds, but our dear competitor already feels a little bit how we are working. Our market share is at about between 21 and 22%. On the loans, we are getting bigger. On the cards, as I told you, we're number one. Remittances, we have 1/3. And last but not least, you have one of these beautiful slides where you say, if you cannot convince them, confuse them. So this is directly there. One important point there, directly in the middle, balance of state budget financing by investing in state securities. We are also financing the state, which is very, very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Picker. Thank you for your very valuable insights. I think that that's a great occasion for all of our guests to learn about how stable the financial market is in Moldova and how many still interesting things and investment opportunities you can reveal. On this occasion, allow me to give the floor to Mr. Maxim Boyko, Sales and Marketing Director, Canon CE Austria, representative of the member of the board of Vienna Economic Forum. Mr. Boyko, we would be really very delighted to learn how your company can and is contributing to the overall growth model of the Republic of Moldova. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Is it working? Yes. So, first of all, good morning or good day already, and for me it's a big pleasure to stand or to sit here in front of you. So, we as, me as representative of company Canon, we already for many years partner of Vienna Economical Forum, so I believe more than 10 years. And within this journey, we recognize that we have the similar attitudes towards the companies, towards the partners, but also we have the same beliefs. And unfortunately, also we are facing the same challenges because the markets that we are working, the countries that are facing certain crises also similar to us. So that's why we are also transferring a lot our business and mindset and adopting to the environment. As I learned today, I don't have so much time, so that's why I will try to focus on the aspect that was opening of this session and also was followed by other speakers. It's about digital transformation. And digital transformation is one of the key aspects of company Canon. So I think more or less most of you know company Canon as the camera company that you can see a lot of nice products here around, but it's not only that. So the company having more than 40 billion euro turnover, year-on-year growth with 8 to 9%, and out of this amount is half is related to the digital products or digital printing or software related to this. And why it's important from different aspects, because we are facing a lot of challenges that I just mentioned, but part of them is cybersecurity, and that's the part that Canon is playing crucial role in the banking industry, in the private sector, everything what is related to your digital products and the print, so we're trying to minimize any risk that you might face in your daily life. Why it's important for Moldova, so we also learned from the respective government representatives that a lot of steps was done already, and some of them ahead of us. So one of the examples was shared as technological park in Moldova that we also learn as a Canon. We look this as opportunity for us. We are observing the companies that are moving to this park, that using this opportunity also backed up by the government of any kind of incentives, tax privileges, etc. From our side, we're also observing that Moldova is doing a lot of steps in terms of the education of the young population of the importance of digital transformation and the proper mindset. And last but not least, also a lot of articles are saying that Moldova becoming the hub for the digital newcomers, and the steps that done by the country is really impressive. And I'm talking mostly about the Eastern Europe as representing this part of the company Canon. For us in Canon, we believe that digital transformation is not just a journey for the business, it's the collective movement for partners, for society, for companies, for all of us that facing this kind of needs on daily basis. And from our side, we committed to provide the best technologies and reliable products, and yes, to stay very dedicated partner of the Vienna Economical Forum and hopefully support Moldova to develop and grow further together.
Mr. Boyko, thank you so much. Actually, indeed, the core activity of your company fits extremely well with the priorities, with the strategic priorities that have been already described both by Ms. Nistor and Ms. Bejan, as the digitalization is now the core, the keystone in the Moldovan economy, and we really aspire to ensure automatization in the processing industry and so on. So I'm sure there will be a lot of cooperation opportunities in this regard. Thank you so much. I would like to give the floor now to Ms. Mila Nenova, Executive Director, Invest Bulgaria Agency. Ms. Nenova, welcome to Moldova. And if you can share with us some cooperation frameworks that we can build together.
Thank you for the invitation. It's my second time in Moldova, and it's always a pleasure. Thanks to Vienna Economic Forum for inviting me here to speak. I'm the head of Invest Bulgaria Agency. We've been on the board of Vienna Economic Forum, and I'd like to share our experience as a country. We are living in difficult times and times of change, and we are seeing some shift of powers, and most of it doesn't depend on us as countries. So what we can do is work together and cooperate more. And the natural region that we can do it is actually the Vienna Economic Forum region. It's not strictly connected to the European Union, ex-Soviet countries. It's this whole region that has similarities and a lot of opportunities for cooperation. We've seen as Bulgaria that the business is always leading in this. For example, the last few years, our neighbors became our best commercial partners, and that wasn't the case before. So it's a natural process that helps the economy grow. Bulgaria has changed since it entered the European Union. We're a member of NATO, Schengen since this year, and hopefully of the European zone. And that brought a lot of changes and a lot of positive results. Besides the strategic geopolitical position of Bulgaria, but most of these countries have their different strategic positions. Bulgaria has been constantly growing economically, very stable macroeconomically. The last 15 years, except for 2 years of COVID, we've been growing constantly. We have 10% flat tax on everybody, on every, it's corporate and personal tax, and it's very important to the companies. Very low debt compared to the GDP. What is important for the investment is that being a EU member, the investment in Bulgaria is guaranteed by that fact. So friendly shoring becomes a more important part. We've seen that the situation in Ukraine showed that it's very important where you actually invest, and the stability of the countries is very, very important. Bulgaria has developed some similar sectors as Moldova. For example, the automotive sector in the last 10 years, from 2% of the GDP, it's now at 11%. And it shows that the constant focus on the sector really helps developing it. Other sectors that are developed and are growing, mechatronics, IT sector. Bulgaria has developed a very substantial innovation hub and IT services, very talented people, growing R&D centers, an impressive number. Bulgarian companies produce nanosatellites, drones, and other things. It's not just the foreign investors that come and produce high-tech products. Invest Bulgaria is supporting, of course, the foreign investment, mainly with administrative and financial incentives. There is a fast track for Bulgarian for investors. We don't divide between foreign and Bulgarian investors. Individual services, the right to buy land for investment. The financial ones are contributions. We cover the contributions for 1 or 2 years. It's the cashback of and reinvestment of corporate tax as well for different zones. Training costs, infrastructure, connecting infrastructure for the companies, and of course the cashback grant that is maybe the most interesting part. It can be up to 50-60% of the investment. So all that helps Bulgaria attract more investment. What is very positive is that most of the companies that have invested in Bulgaria, they enlarge their activities, they diversify. Some come to Bulgaria and start with the production, then they move their services or vice versa. A lot of big companies that come actually bring along their suppliers, their clients, and it means that the conditions the companies find in Bulgaria are very favorable. And I think the opportunity, of course, we are a small market as Moldova, and most of the foreign companies that come to invest in Bulgaria see us as a starting point for their growing businesses and commercial activities in markets outside in Europe and in the Near East. We are one frontier away to Turkey and to the Middle East. So I think we have a lot of similarities. We have a memorandum for cooperation with Invest Moldova, and I think there is a lot of possibility for growth and cooperation and sharing experiences, because at the end of the day, we're all members of Vienna Economic Forum for that, to cooperate and to support each other. So good luck and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nenova, especially when regional cooperation matters so much in the growth strategy of the private sector. Thank you so much, Ms. Nenova. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Dr. Olegas Neaksu, Digital Health Expert, AME International GmbH, Austria, representative of the member of the board of Vienna Economic Forum.
Does it work?
Yes, thank you.
Distinguished guests, excellencies, bună dimineața. I'm so happy to be again in Moldova and reflecting the words of His Excellency Prime Minister, who summarized his words by that Moldova is a country with good wine, with growing ICT sector and bright future. So I am being educated ICT guy who loves wine. I feel exactly in the right place right now. So saying that, I would like to turn now to a very important connection between economical growth and healthcare. We are all hearing today about good GDP growth, huge investments, and many, many inspiring things. But I would argue all of that will not make sense if we don't have proper healthcare in a given country. And in that sense, let's see a little bit what are the numbers. What does it mean to have good healthcare? Today, we can say in EU that a minimum of 10% of GDP is required to have sustainable healthcare services. What does it mean, 10% of GDP for healthcare spending? Is it much or little? So in Moldova, we know it's around 7, I think, 7, 8. We know in Europe it's not enough, 10%, right? The same, every country can predictably say that population is not super happy with the level of healthcare. What are the reasons for that? If you take United States, who spend 20%, if you take African country, which spends 2%, population is not happy with healthcare. Well, the reasons are quite simple. Aging population, growing demand for healthcare services, improving technology, which requires more money. So that brings us to idea. even if we would have plus 2% of GDP in Moldova for healthcare, most probably it will not address all the issues. I'll give you a few examples. Precision medicine. We all know that next generation medicine, especially in diseases like cancer, oncology, requires new technology, which is extremely, extremely expensive. Just one treatment for one patient can be 200,000 euros, 500,000 euros, and we have already drugs for one patient, for one treatment, 1 million euros. So is it sustainable? Of course not. So here, what we learned in EU, that optimization of processes through digital technology can be a way forward. And this is one of the key aspects I would like to contribute today. As we spoke about digital transformation and great work which Natalia explained, and this fantastic flat tax of 7%, which don't speak very loud, please, because all Austrian IT guys will run here, because it sounds like a dream, 7% flat rate tax. But speaking more seriously, digital transformation is ability to increase efficiency to incredible amounts. So when we introduce electronic health records, when we introduce telemedicine, which works really for primary care, we're speaking about gain of efficiency with certain coefficient. Moldova has its own competencies. I'm privileged to know Professor Lozan, to know your distinguished experts in digital health. And the problem is, when we speak with them, that Moldova do not have central digital health infrastructure. It takes years, competence, focus to build it. And only afterwards you can benefit from telemedicine and other things. So in that sense, being myself from a small country, originally from Lithuania, I know the way of a small country from a result of Soviet Union till EU and further, how digital transformation really helps. So in that sense, our company, AMI International, would be happy to assist and help support your government, as we do in many other countries, as independent integrator in this very difficult pathway. So digital transformation is one of the things. And second, my second point is not just digital transformation for the sake of making things digital, but for the sake of making healthcare services patient-centric. Why it is important? I give you just one example. If you remember Steve Jobs, the founder, one of the founders of Apple, when he got cancer, he had all fortunes, all access to all doctors, but what are the findings of his family? The findings were that even having all money and access to all best doctors in the United States, there is a lack of coordination, because every doctor is concerned about his field of experience. And how to do this collaboration? Again, policymaking and digital transformation, which puts all threads together. So having these 2 points, I would wish Moldova to succeed in that way, in that path, and also to learn from countries like Austria, like other countries of European Union, to make shortcuts so it doesn't take 10 or 20 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Very, very important input, Mr. Neacsu. Indeed, we cannot make shortcuts in the health sector because it's at the cornerstone of any society, and your messages are indeed very important. Now we are coming to an end of our panel, and I would like to give the floor to Mr. Arvid Turtner, Manager Director for Ukraine and Moldova, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm kind of just maybe rounding it up with a few general comments then. First of all, great to be here, and really great to see that the Vienna Economic Forum is returning to Moldova. And I think it just shows the importance of Moldova and the very good track record and the very good track Moldova is on for the EU accession. And that's really also true for Moldova in EBRD. I mean, Moldova punches much above its weight. We have been financing investments for 1.4 billion since, I have to say, since the full-scale invasion started in Ukraine. And of course, that also had an enormous effect on Moldova, such a major war in the neighborhood. So we are supporting Moldova as much as we can with investments in many areas. And if you ask me to mention just the most important of them, that's of course everything related to energy security. It is the basis and it is the foundation of all the kind of sectors and economic developments all of you have been talking about. So it is absolutely crucial, and we are doing a lot there, and we have a lot in the pipeline. Not only a new facility to purchase and import electricity and gas, which will kind of secure Moldova's energy supply for a long period, actually for the next 5 years. But also, of course, we need to improve the infrastructure. So I'm thinking about grids. I'm thinking about more interconnections with Romania. We are already financing one. Another one is in the planning. And of course, I'm thinking about renewable energy. You have already heard today that the auctions for the largest ever capacity which has been auctioned in Moldova, actually the first time, has just been concluded. Currently, the bids are being evaluated, and we as a bank very much hope that we can finance a good part of that. We saw many FDIs interested in these bids as well, and we very much hope that we can finance the foreign investors, but of course also Moldovan investors in renewable energy. And very important, I think Natalia, you mentioned it, battery storage, which you cannot think renewable energy without battery. Okay, enough about energy. I just wanted to mention there are many other sectors as well. Infrastructure, think about roads, think about railway, think about municipal infrastructure, district heating, solid waste. We are active in all these areas. And I just wanted to say that all of that is part and parcel of the EU growth plan for Moldova, of course. Nothing is uncoordinated, but just the opposite. It is key elements of that plan. And the rather daunting task Moldova has ahead with the whole kind of EU acquis and EU accession process, we are also supporting that through our policy work. We have teams, reform support teams they are called, in a large number of ministries, actually close to 60 experts currently working on reforms in all these areas. So the support is with Moldova on both investments and reforms. So maybe I conclude here, but if there are any further questions, happy to answer them.
Thank you so much, Mr. Turkner, because these are indeed very important messages, especially that the next panel is fully dedicated to the energy sector. And even in the EBA, in the association that I have the honor to represent, European Business Association, we've been very actively involved over 24 and 25th in the documentation process, in the legal process, in the policy dialogue, which is extremely important in the new stage of the energy and renewables development, especially when we speak not only about energy and renewables, but also storage and balancing as well, when we speak about independence. So thank you so much. Distinguished guests, we would like to thank you so much for your very valuable inputs, and the distinguished audience, if you can share with us a round of applause in order to thank Ms. Natalia Bejan, Director Invest Moldova Agency, Strategic Partner of Vienna Economic Forum, Her Excellency Ms. Stella Avalon, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Republic of Austria to the Republic of Moldova. We would like to thank Mr. Alexander Piker, CEO, Moldinkom Bank, Member of the Board of Vienna Economic Forum, Maxim Boyko, Sales and Marketing Director, Canon CE Austria, representative of the Member of the Board of Vienna Economic Forum, Ms. Mila Nenova, Executive Director, Invest Bulgaria Agency, Dr. Olga Sniaksu, Digital Health Expert, AME International GmbH Austria, representative of the Member of the Board of Vienna Economic Forum, and Mr. Mr. Arvi Turkner, Managing Director for Ukraine and Moldova, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development from EBRD. We would like to thank you so much for your valuable inputs. And now, as far as the organizers are suggesting, we have a coffee break in which you can build new contacts and identify new partnerships. I think we have 20 minutes for our break, so please get back in 20 minutes. Thank you so much.
Vienna Economic Forum was founded with the aim to promote investment opportunities in the countries from the Adriatic to the Black Sea.
Strong support to the Vienna Economic Forum. If Europe learned something over the last century, it is that economic cooperation works.
And let me thank the Vienna Forum for your work of promoting international understanding and closer economic links.
Dear participants, this year's forum is special. It is an honor and a pleasure to join you today.
The big advantage which our region has is resilience of society and citizen.
I would like to welcome you all on behalf of my organization, and thanks for joining us on today's meeting.
I'm happy to be here and exchange thoughts on regional cooperation and sustainable investments via technological innovation.
Vienna Economic Forum established itself as a meaningful and successful platform.
Vienna Economic Forum has a special place in my heart, as it always looks beyond the horizon of contemporary political noise.
Congratulations for this very special occasion today.
At the Vienna Economic Forum, and to be part of this very important conversation.
The very high interest shown towards the Western Balkans.
I'm pleased to take part at Vienna Economic Forum session.
I do see how the value added that this forum can create for the region.
Who could give the answer to the politicians?
As a representative of the private sector, to share our opinion about the challenges and the opportunities we can face in Europe and in Southeastern Europe as a part of it.
I believe there is value in working together on this important uniting issue.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen,
crisis has accelerated tremendously.
Economy is the motor.
The economy is a driving force in difficult and uncertain times.
I was never disappointed with
Vienna Economic Forum.
Vienna Economic Forum. Vienna Economic Forum was founded with the aim to promote investment opportunities in the countries from the Adriatic to the Black Sea.
Strong support to the Vienna Economic Forum. If Europe learned something over the last century, it is that economic cooperation works.
And let me thank the Vienna Forum for your work of promoting international understanding and closer economic links.
Dear participants, this year's forum is special. It is an honor and a pleasure to join you today.
The big advantage which our region has is resilience of society and citizen.
I would like to welcome you all on behalf of my organization, and thanks for joining us on today's meeting.
I'm happy to be here and exchange thoughts on regional cooperation in sustainable investments via technological innovation.
Vienna Economic Forum established itself as a meaningful and successful platform.
Vienna Economic Forum has a special place in my heart as it always looks beyond the horizon of contemporary political noise.
Congratulations for this very special occasion today.
At the Vienna Economic Forum, and to be part of this very important conversation.
The very high interest shown towards the Western Balkans.
I'm pleased to take part at Vienna Economic Forum session.
I do see how the value added that this forum can create for the region.
Who could give the answer to the politicians?
As a representative of the private sector, to share our opinion about the challenges and the opportunities we can face in Europe and in Southeastern Europe as a part of it.
I believe there is value in working together on this important uniting issue.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen,
Crisis has accelerated tremendously.
Economy is the motor.
The economy is a driving force in difficult and uncertain times.
I was never disappointed with
Vienna Economic Forum.
Vienna Economic Forum. Vienna Economic Forum was founded with the aim to promote investment opportunities in the countries from the Adriatic to the Black Sea.
Strong support to the Vienna Economic Forum. If Europe learned something over the last century, it is that economic cooperation works.
And let me thank the Vienna Forum for your work of promoting international understanding and closer economic links.
Dear participants, this year's forum is special. It is an honor and a pleasure to join you today.
The big advantage which our region has is resilience of society and citizen.
I would like to welcome you all on behalf of my organization, and thanks for joining us on today's meeting.
I'm happy to be here and exchange thoughts on regional cooperation in sustainable investments via technological innovation.
Vienna Economic Forum established itself as a meaningful and successful platform.
Vienna Economic Forum has a special place in my heart as it always looks beyond the horizon of contemporary political noise.
Congratulations for this very special occasion today.
At the Vienna Economic Forum, and to be part of this very important conversation.
The very high interest shown towards the Western Balkans.
I'm pleased to take part at Vienna Economic Forum session.
I do see how the value added that this forum can create for the region.
Who could give the answer to the politicians?
As a representative of the private sector, to share our opinion about the challenges and the opportunities we can face in Europe and in Southeastern Europe as a part of it.
I believe there is value in working together on this important uniting issue.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen,
Crisis has accelerated tremendously.
Economy is the motor.
The economy is a driving force in difficult and uncertain times.
I was never disappointed with
Vienna Economic Forum.
Vienna Economic Forum Vienna Economic Forum was founded with the aim to promote investment opportunities in the countries from the Adriatic to the Black Sea.
Strong support to the Vienna Economic Forum. If Europe learned something over the last century, it is that economic cooperation works.
And let me thank the Vienna Forum for your work of promoting international understanding and closer economic links.
Dear participants, this year's forum is special. It is an honor and a pleasure to join you today.
The big advantage which our region has is resilience of society and citizen.
I would like to welcome you all on behalf of my organization, and thanks for joining us on today's meeting.
I'm happy to be here and exchange thoughts on regional cooperation in sustainable investments via technological innovation.
Vienna Economic Forum established itself as a meaningful and successful platform.
Vienna Economic Forum has a special place in my heart as it always looks beyond the horizon of contemporary political noise.
Congratulations for this very special occasion today.
At the Vienna Economic Forum, and to be part of this very important conversation.
The very high interest shown towards the Western Balkans.
I'm pleased to take part at Vienna Economic Forum session.
I do see how the value added that this forum can create for the region.
Who could give the answer to the politicians?
As a representative of the private sector, to share our opinion about the challenges and the opportunities we can face in Europe and in Southeastern Europe as a part of it.
I believe there is value in working together on this important uniting issue.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen,
Crisis has accelerated tremendously.
Economy is the motor.
The economy is a driving force in difficult and uncertain times.
I was never disappointed with
Vienna Economic Forum.
Vienna Economic Forum. Vienna Economic Forum was founded with the aim to promote investment opportunities in the countries from the Adriatic to the Black Sea.
Strong support to the Vienna Economic Forum. If Europe learned something over the last century, it is that economic cooperation works.
And let me thank the Vienna Forum for your work of promoting international understanding and closer economic links.
Dear participants, this year's forum is special. It is an honor and a pleasure to join you today.
The big advantage which our region has is resilience of society and citizen.
I would like to welcome you all on behalf of my organization, and thanks for joining us on today's meeting.
I'm happy to be here and exchange thoughts on regional cooperation in sustainable investments via technological innovation.
Vienna Economic Forum established itself as a meaningful and successful platform.
Vienna Economic Forum has a special place in my heart as it always looks beyond the horizon of contemporary political noise.
Congratulations for this very special occasion today.
At the Vienna Economic Forum, and to be part of this very important conversation.
The very high interest shown towards the Western Balkans.
I'm pleased to take part at Vienna Economic Forum session.
I do see how the value added that this forum can create for the region.
Who could give the answer to the politicians?
As a representative of the private sector, to share our opinion about the challenges and the opportunities we can face in Europe and in Southeastern Europe as a part of it.
I believe there is value in working together on this important uniting issue.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen,
Crisis has accelerated tremendously.
Economy is the motor.
The economy is a driving force in difficult and uncertain times.
I was never disappointed with
Vienna Economic Forum.
Vienna Economic Forum Vienna Economic Forum was founded with the aim to promote investment opportunities in the countries from the Adriatic to the Black Sea.
Strong support to the Vienna Economic Forum. If Europe learned something over the last century, it is that economic cooperation works.
And let me thank the Vienna Forum for your work of promoting international understanding and closer economic links.
Dear participants, this year's forum is special. It is an honor and a pleasure to join you today.
The big advantage which our region has is resilience of society and citizen.
I would like to welcome you all on behalf of my organization, and thanks for joining us on today's meeting.
I'm happy to be here and exchange thoughts on regional cooperation in sustainable investments via technological innovation.
Vienna Economic Forum established itself as a meaningful and successful platform.
Vienna Economic Forum has a special place in my heart as it always looks beyond the horizon of contemporary political noise.
Congratulations for this very special occasion today.
At the Vienna Economic Forum, and to be part of this very important conversation.
The very high interest shown towards the Western Balkans.
I'm pleased to take part at Vienna Economic Forum session.
I do see how the value added that this forum can create for the region.
Who could give the answer to the politicians?
As a representative of the private sector, to share our opinion about the challenges and the opportunities we can face in Europe and in Southeastern Europe as a part of it.
I believe there is value in working together on this important uniting issue.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen,
Crisis has accelerated tremendously.
Economy is the motor.
The economy is a driving force in difficult and uncertain times.
I was never disappointed with
Vienna Economic Forum.
Vienna Economic Forum
Vienna Economic Forum was founded with the aim to promote investment opportunities in the countries from the Adriatic to the Black Sea.
Strong support to the Vienna Economic Forum. If Europe learned something over the last century, it is that economic cooperation works.
And let me thank the Vienna Forum for your work of promoting international understanding and closer economic links.
Dear participants, this year's forum is special. It is an honor and a pleasure to join you today.
The big advantage which our region has is resilience of society and citizen.
I would like to welcome you all on behalf of my organization, and thanks for joining us on today's meeting.
I'm happy to be here and exchange thoughts on regional cooperation in sustainable investments via technological innovation.
Vienna Economic Forum established itself as a meaningful and successful platform.
Vienna Economic Forum has a special place in my heart as it always looks beyond the horizon of contemporary political noise.
Congratulations for this very special occasion today.
At the Vienna Economic Forum, and to be part of this very important conversation.
The very high interest shown towards the Western Balkans.
I'm pleased to take part at Vienna Economic Forum session.
I do see how the value added that this forum can create for the region.
Who could give the answer to the politicians?
As a representative of the private sector, to share our opinion about the challenges and the opportunities we can face in Europe and in Southeastern Europe as a part of it.
I believe there is value in working together on this important uniting issue.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen,
Crisis has accelerated tremendously.
Economy is the motor.
The economy is a driving force in difficult and uncertain times.
I was never disappointed with
Vienna Economic Forum.
Vienna Economic Forum.
Asking you to take your seats in the room so as we can launch our last but very important and interesting panel. And we would like to thank you for your patience and interest for this event. Dear guests, we are launching the third session, developing infrastructure projects enhancing energy resilience, as it was mentioned by the Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova, Mr. Dorin Recean, and by Ms. Doina Nistor, the Minister of Economic Development and Digitalization. Just a second, domnule Junghetu, bună ziua. We would like to mention that this year the energy sector for the Republic of Moldova is especially important, as finally, after over 30 years, the country managed to acquire energy independence, and we are now starting to invest into balancing, into storage capacity. For the first time ever, an auction is taking place. So there are a lot of things that can be shared by concrete actions by the policymakers, by the ministers, and also by our representatives of the business community. On this occasion, honorable audience, allow us to invite our distinguished guest to the panel, His Excellency Mr. Dorin Junghetu, Minister of Energy of the Republic of Moldova. Mr. Junghetu, please get to the panel. His Excellency Mr. Mircea Păscăluță, Secretary of State, Minister of Infrastructure and Regional Development of the Republic of Moldova. Dr. Ion Petru Rușeț, Managing Director, Siemens Energy, Romania. Mr. Alberto Carlei, MBA, Head of EIB, European Investment Bank, Representation for Moldova, European Investment Bank, Luxembourg. Mr. Denis Tumuruc, Senior Energy Expert, Energy Community Secretariat, Vienna. Dr. Nicolae Tsenkov, Manager, Municipal Guarantee Fund of Sofia Municipality, Bulgaria, Member of the Board of Vienna Economic Forum. Mr. Paul Svoboda, a Member of the Board of Management, Grazer Wechelseitige Verschierung Grave. Adam Grodzinski, Team Leader for Economic Development, EU Delegation of the Republic of Moldova. Distinguished guests, we would like to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Dorin Junghetu, Minister of Energy of the Republic of Moldova, to bring us an insight on the evolution of the energy and renewables market in the Republic of Moldova. Mr. Junghetu, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. If you don't mind, I would like to go ahead with a small speech from our side. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and a privilege to welcome you to Chisinau for this important gathering of Vienna Economic Forum. On behalf of Government of the Republic of Moldova, I express our sincere gratitude to all participants who have joined us today to shape a more resilient, sustainable, and secure economic future for the region. Today, I stand in front of you not just as Minister of Energy, but as a representative of a country that has faced real and pressing challenges in the energy sector. Challenges that have tested our resilience, our unity, and our capacity to reform. The past few years have been a wake-up call for Moldova and for much of Europe as well. We have seen how geopolitical instability can swiftly turn into energy insecurities. We have seen how dependence on a single source of or route of supply can become a real vulnerability. But we have also seen how crisis can inspire action, encourage, and innovation. Let me be clear. Energy resilience, it's not anymore an option. It is a national imperative. Our government has set a clear and ambitious course to transform Moldova's energy landscape. Our vision is built on 3 pillars. The first one, which is diversification. We are breaking away from a history dependency. Moldova has made significant progress in diversifying its energy sources and partners. Our electricity interconnections with Romania and the integration of Moldova into the ENTSO-E network grid are milestones that would have seemed impossible just a few years ago. Talking about the second pillar, which are infrastructure and integration. Together with our European partners, we are investing in critical infrastructure, such as the revamp of substations, electricity interconnectors, gas interconnectors, and smart grids. These projects are not only technical achievements, but they are a symbol of Moldova's irreversible European path. The third pillar, sustainability and innovation. We are committed to accelerate our energy transition. Our national strategy prioritizes renewables energy development, energy efficiency, and digitalization. Moldova aims to increase the share of renewables in our energy mix to 30% by 2030. We are opening our market to independent producers and fostering a regulatory environment that supports green investments. Energy resilience cannot be built in isolation. It is rooted in cooperation, solidarity, and shared responsibility. Moldova remains a strong advocate for regional energy integration and cross-border partnerships. Through the energy community support and with the support of European Union, we are aligning our legal and technical frameworks with the European standards. We are also expanding cooperation with the countries in the Western Balkans, in the Black Sea region, and in the South Caucasus to create an interconnected, flexible, and competitive energy space. Let me take this opportunity to thank our partners, Romania, Ukraine, the EU institution, the World Bank, the EBRD, the Investment European Bank, and many others for their unwavering support in helping Moldova achieve energy security and independence. What we ask and what we offer. Ladies and gentlemen, Moldova may be a small country, but we are determined one. We seek investment, know-how, and partnership to accelerate our energy transformation. And in return, we offer a stable, reform-oriented environment, a gateway to regional markets, and a strong political will to deliver results. Let me speak directly to the business community. Moldova is open for investment. We are ready to work with you, whether you are building solar parks, wind farms, energy storage solutions, or building big infrastructure projects. The opportunities are real, and the time is now. In conclusion, let me reiterate. Moldova is building not only energy infrastructure, but energy independence. Not only energy capacity, but energy confidence. The path ahead will not be easy, but it will be worth it. For our economy, for our environment, and for our people, the most important. Thank you again for being today in Chisinau. Let us continue this journey together, resilient and forward-looking. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, Mr. Dorin Junghietu, Minister of Energy of the Republic of Moldova. On this note, I would like to really express our very sincere and open gratitude for the whole cooperation the business community has with Minister of Energy, but also subordinated institutions, especially in all of the policy evolutions that have happened so dynamically over the last and the current year, but also in the context of the upcoming events, policy changes, and also opportunities that will arise for the Republic of Moldova. Thank you so much. Please allow me, distinguished audience, to go ahead with our agenda and to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Mircea Pascaluță, Secretary of State, Ministry of Infrastructure and Regional Development of the Republic of Moldova, whom we are kindly asking to refer to the current and the upcoming railway projects, digitalization in the transportation sector, but also what is happening in the air sector, so important for a sustainable development of a country. Mr. Pascaluță, the floor is yours.
Mariana, thank you very much. So first of all, I would like to greet all the participants of this important forum, and we are very grateful for our colleagues from the Invest Agency for organizing this important event for enhancing and developing our infrastructure. As a general remark, we were and we are very open for all four investments in the transport, because we know that together we can enhance and we can create a sustainable economy using foreign investments and also enhancing the capacity for our national private sector to develop and to invest in the transport system. And I'm responsible for transport. When we discuss about the Moldova, we have at least three big objectives. One is general. It's when we discuss about the transport is to become a part of the European transport systems. First objectives is that Moldova will become a regional hub. And why it will become a regional hub? Because we are very well strategic, we have a very good strategic geographical position. We are between a very big economy, Ukraine, and Romania, that is a part of the European Union. And the first step was made. So starting with July 2024, all our transport systems are integrated in the TEN-T European network. So we discuss about the roads and we discuss about the rails. This is the first stage. This will allow us to have big projects in the infrastructure. This is allow us to develop a first highway when we discuss about the roads. This is allow us to develop a first European railway line that will connect Chisinau with Ungheni and Iași and also with Odessa. But this is the future plans. At the moment, on the railways, we are working to rehabilitate all our infrastructure projects. And we have two big projects. One of them is the Southern Corridor, another one is the Northern and Central part. And here, with the support of the European Union, with the support of the European Bank of Investment, with the support of the EBRD, we have ongoing works for the rehabilitations of the Southern Corridor that will be finished in 2027, and we will not have speed limitation or weather limitation. And in the same time, now we are working to start works for the Southern and Central Corridor. So actually, till 2027, all our main corridor will be rehabilitated and will be used for transport of goods. In the same time, as I mentioned, we started to work on the first European standard gauge. So now we are in the pre-feasibility study with the line that will connect Chisinau with Ungheni, and the future steps will be to connect Chisinau with Odessa. In the same time, we have the multimodal approach. So with the support of the USAID, we have feasibility study for the Berest multimodal hub at Ungheni that will cover the northern part of the country. In the same time, we will have in Chisinau a new also multimodal hub that will be developed. And now we started the feasibility works, and we want to develop the Giurgiulești part. So actually, our multimodal approach is to cover all the country and to connect them with the railways and the roads. On the aviation field, I really hope that a lot of you use the possibility to have direct flights at Chisinau. Previous year, we managed to open new 14 routes, and we will not stop here. We are in the continuous discussions with our air carriers to develop and to assure that Moldova is very well connected when we discuss about aviation. And the next step will be to develop the regional airport. And we're discussing about the Marculești Airport. Marculești Airport has the possibility to become a multimodal aviation hub, because there we have a connection with the railways, and also it's well situated between the Ukraine and Romania on the center of the new road that is a part of the comprehensive TNT road that will be rehabilitated by European funds and will connect Ukrainian goods with European goods, and we have the possibility to use this infrastructure. And there we cannot discuss about the big investments. There is a current infrastructure, there are some possibilities, and together with the foreign investors, we are trying to develop this part, because we also want to have a regional approach. And also the naval type of transport. For us, it's very important to use the naval type of transport, and there, together with our colleagues from the State Enterprise Port Ungheni, Fluvial Ungheni, we want to develop this part, and first stage will be to have a dedicated area for the storage, and there, the next step will be a feasibility study also to attract private investors. This is something very general, but we have a clear vision how we want to develop our infrastructure. We have a lot of presentations, and we are very open to discuss with each of you to present all the opportunities that we have now at the moment in the transport sector. So welcome, and please invest in our transport infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pascaluța. I'm sure there will be also an occasion to address questions, because these are very concrete inputs from the point of view of potential that the businesses can expand. So keep your questions for the end of the panel. And with your permission, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Ion Petru Rușeț, Managing Director, Siemens Energy, Romania. Please.
Hello. Good morning, esteemed participants, excellencies. I am representing Siemens Energy, coming from Romania, but being in Moldavia for actually almost 10 years. I will try to make very shortly one presentation about the company, about our values, about what we are doing, and mainly about Moldavia. First of all, I want to thank Vienna Economic Forum for the invitation, and also Minister Junghețu for a very, very long-lasting collaboration in Moldavia. What is Siemens Energy in Romania and Moldavia? Sorry, it's a mistake in my presentation. It's a company which is trying to cover 1/6 of the generation worldwide with 100,000 employees in more than 19 countries. Moldavia is one of these, and we decided a long time ago to be here. And it's a company which is investing every year more than 1.2 billion euro in research and development. We are covering all area of energy, and I will stay a little bit on this slide, telling you that mid in energy transition, we are having in our minds in every moment to deliver reliable solution for a reliable energy system, affordable solution, and not in last but not least more greener and with CO2 reduction if possible. We are covering generation, transmission, renewables, storage, industrial application, and a lot of services and digital. I put on this slide some very, very nice projects that we are developing with a company in Romania and Moldavia. One of the flag projects is a new power plant, the biggest in Europe, which will be started end of the year after 2.5 years from the signature of the contract, which is by himself a record in this area. We are building in Romania 2 FACTS project in Bradu and Sibiu, giving more reliability of the system. If we are thinking on the last happenings in Europe, these are the elements that are needed in the system. We are delivering also a GIS blue without SF6, which is a very damaging gas for the environment. And in Republic of Moldavia, I will stay a little bit more here. We started 10 years ago in rebuilding and modernization of the substation with a company Mold Electrica. There are in total more than 30 substations that we are building. Right now we are really pushing the project for the new line. Hopefully we will do this very soon, and we will have the target to increase the reliability and security of the supply with a new connection with Romania. But here I want to stress that Moldavia is already part of European energy system for more than 3.5 years with very good results in a very, very difficult condition, I have to say. And I hope that our substations that we built in the past were contributing on this. Also, we are looking forward for the future investment. We know that there is a clear development plan for the infrastructure in which we want to be part also in the future. This is one of the biggest elements from the project Mintia. I put this here only to tell you that this week we will deliver the last element from the biggest transportation that we have to do in Romania. The pieces are between 180 tons and 500 tons. Amazing. In Romania, I think we are on the first place from the technology point of view. The location in Bucharest, I haven't told you, but this is very important for Moldavia as well. We decided three years ago to build in Romania for Europe a competence hub, engineers for our projects, and we succeed to have right now 1,700 people working for projects Romania, Moldavia, and rest of Europe. And I think to be the second largest office location of Siemens Energy in Europe is one of the biggest results of the company. And we were 3 years long the largest hiring location of Siemens Energy worldwide. As you maybe I refer to the figure. Right now we are 100,000 people. In the last 3 years, globally, Siemens hired 6,000 people, which means 25% were hired in Romania. I will not insist here, but what you see are points that we are focusing for this year and next years, which means that we want to be very present in the markets that we are covering, and Moldavia is one of our focus markets for the future. This is a much longer presentation about the Competence Hub. I will let the presentation for the organizers. If you want to know more in deep, I will try to commit to my time. But for sure, I want to say that we cannot do it alone, but we want to energize the society. Very much thanks.
So much. Thank you so much, Mr. Rușeț. Very energizing presentation with a lot of things to be also considered for Moldova, especially in this very dynamic epoch that we are embarking in the energy sector. And thank you so much. We are going ahead with our agenda, and I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Alberto Carlei, head of the European Investment Bank representation for Moldova. Mr. Carlei, we would be really interested what are the projects existing and implemented by the European Investment Bank for the Republic of Moldova in the energy sector, and if you can also list the others, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. Well, thank you very much for having me here today. It's a great pleasure. As a European Investment Bank, we have literally significantly stepped up our support to the Republic of Moldova over the last, let's say, 3-4 years in order to help the country really face the various challenges that hit pretty much simultaneously. So translating this into concrete terms, it means that our portfolio of operations has increased from roughly 850 million in 21 to about 1.5 billion euro in terms of overall commitment. And our support goes for 3/4, I would say 75% to strategic public infrastructures, and the remaining part is support to the private sector, which is equally important. Now, looking at strategic infrastructure, transport, it's very important for us. Rail and roads absorb a very large part of our funds. We dedicated more than €500 million today to this project, this sector. Energy also, it's crucially very important. We have dedicated around 200 million to a number of projects that have helped Moldova increase its resilience in terms of energy. And I think if I look at the area where we intervene, I think it's good to structure it, to look at it in terms of three main areas, three main vectors. The first one comes to mind is building energy interconnection, so helping Moldova import energy from different sources, different suppliers. The first operation we did in this regard was co-financing the energy interconnection, the gas pipeline between Ungheni and Chisinau. And we are now looking at, we are actually now co-financing also an electricity interconnection in the north, the Bel-Suceava, together with a colleague from the EBRD and colleagues from the European Union. We are also, equally importantly, looking at the modernization of the electricity grid of Moldova, and we work on this regard with Moldelectrica. We are also importantly working together with a private sector counterpart in this regard. We started work since 2023 with Premier Energy in this regard. Another very important area of our support is energy efficiency. Energy efficiency in public sector building. We have done that in a project in the Chisinau municipality, always co-financing it with a colleague of the EBRD and with grants from FIP, focus on the kindergartens. And we are basically now working on a similar project, but more on at country level, Moldova Energy Efficiency Project of larger amount. Overall is an overall envelope of 75 million, where we as EIB committed 30 million with an equal amount coming from EBRD and then investment grants and technical assistance from the European Union of 15 million overall, which focus on a first phase on the energy efficiency improvement in hospitals, hospitals scattered across the country. But also equally another area where we are looking with interest, although we still didn't actively have an operation dedicated to renewables. It's a sector, it's an area where we're very keen to explore opportunities for financing in the future. We are following closely the development of the tenders which have been just closed. I know some further tenders will be launched later this year. We are very open and keen to work with potential and reputable investors that would be willing to enter into the arena, and we have expertise to put on the table for that. I think what is important to stress is that partnership is the basis of what we do, and in these regards, indeed, we have built very strong and successful partnership with our Moldovan governmental counterparts in the energy sector, as well as in all the other sectors where we work with, but also with other like-minded stakeholders, our co-financiers, the European Union, of course. Let's remember, we are the bank of the European Union. We are a policy-driven institution. And thanks to the grant and the technical assistance that we mobilized from several envelopes from the European Union, we really managed to unblock or bring forward and implement these complex projects. Our final words, I think, is also good to put, it has been mentioned in previous panel, but the Moldova Growth Plan, it's a very significant amount of money, 1.9 billion euro, as has been said, the largest support package that Moldova has received to date from the time of its independence. It will cover, as we know, reforms to be implemented in a number of areas, but also strategic public investment in a number of sectors, including energy. And we, as European Investment Bank, look forward to play a key role in the implementation of this growth plan and to continue financing strategic infrastructures and strategic projects in the energy sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Carley. Indeed, in such important projects for the industry, we will not be able to cope without such strategic partners as the European Investment Bank, as other partners, and I think that the list of these projects will expand. So thank you so much for your very important intervention. So allow me to give the floor to Mr. Denis Tumuruk, Senior Energy Expert, Energy Community Secretariat, Vienna. Mr. Tumuruk, if you can share with us, please, what are the areas of support and intervention of the Energy Community Secretariat, as I know that some of the cross-border projects were discussed, but also policy issues of intervention and support. If you can share them, please, with us.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rufa. First of all, I'd like to welcome all our guests, excellencies, distinguished participants, to welcome you in Chisinau, in our home city. I want to welcome on behalf of the Energy Community Secretariat, by the way, institution which is also based in Vienna, so this is make me feel a bit more connected to the event. As a Moldovan, I'd like to thank you all for the support we've been sharing over the last years. This is precisely because of your support, of your guidance, Moldova has managed to overcome the difficult the last 3 years of high difficulty. Moldova, I would say, to highlight that it might be one of the clearest and most eloquent examples on how energy resilience looks like, how the energy resilience is being built or should be built. So step by step, brick by brick, you reduce the harmful dependence, and Moldova managed to reduce the harmful dependence on one source, on one route, moving to real energy independence and diversification of sources and not only. So the lesson that Moldova learned is that infrastructure, energy infrastructure indeed is vital. In our segment, in our field, we called it cross-border infrastructure, and we have two examples. So Moldova provided a couple of examples. You might have heard about the Iași-Ungheni Chisinau gas pipeline and how it greatly contributed to improving the energy security of the country. There is another line under construction now, Minister mentioned, and Mr. Calei also, to the Vulcanești-Chisinau power line, transmission line that further contribute to the improving the energy security of the country. We do not expect it to increase the capacity, the megawatts that could be exchanged between the countries, but it will contribute from a slightly different perspective. It will reduce to zero, I may say, to zero, the risk of being blackmailed by Transnistrian authorities, by the left bank, by MGRES. I think many of you have heard about the MGRES and the importance of that node in our region. So this line would help Moldova improve the security of energy supply. Because I mentioned in your question at last, I'd like also to refer to the so-called electricity integration package. This is a set of very complex pieces of legislation. Nevertheless, I'd like to congratulate the Ministry for advancing well with its transposition and implementation. So in fact, this package is an invitation by you to countries like Moldova to join and benefit from the EU market. So at the end of the day, we have that convergence of prices that is our objective. The EIP, as we call it, the electricity integration package, it obliges in a way the country to build infrastructure, to reduce the bottlenecks, and once that infrastructure is able to allocate at least 70% of that capacity to the market, so we have infrastructure not only on the paper, but the market benefits from it, and not only the market participants, but also the end users. We refer today to renewables, and I think we do all understand that renewables or deployment of large-scale renewables is not possible without a solid, robust basement. So infrastructure is exactly playing this role. When we say renewables, we have to understand that it's not only about electricity, green electricity. In Moldova, it accounts on the 12 to 15%. Even we turn green next day, there is still 85% of the consumption that should be green as well. So, in conclusion, strengthening cross-border but also internal infrastructure is key for being a resilient, for being a sustainable energy sector, but entire economy and entire country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tomoruk, for your important insights. And now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Dr. Nikolai Tsenkov, Manager, Municipal Guarantee Fund of Sofia Municipality, Bulgaria, member of the board of Vienna Economic Forum. Mr. Tsenkov, the floor is yours. Yes, please.
So, dear Mr. Minister, Mr. Secretary of State, Excellencies, dear colleagues and guests, I have a few notes written, so please allow me to share them with you from this stage. I would like to talk about two topics. First is geography, and second is connectivity. And I'll start with one very simple, but according to me, a very important observation. It is that geography is a destiny. You've heard this. You can change the political system, the international agreements, even the borders. But one no one can change is the geography. This is very well known by the dictators. That's why they want territories. That is also very well known by the reasonable people. The first one tried to make war, and the second tried to make business. That's the difference. And we, the Eastern Europeans, have experienced the geography as destiny many times. You too, the Moldovians. If you take a look back in the history, you will see that the most significant human achievements are a result of regional cooperation. Why? Villages unite into towns, towns into provinces, provinces in regions, regions in countries, countries in political unions like the European Union. Talking about European Union, we have often admit that Brussels is the wallet of Europe. Sometimes it's brain, but it should also work as Europe's heart. For the past 3 decades, EU has illusioned by the idea that a post-war continent, everything is safe, but it suddenly discovered that the reality is different. And we have managed to come through many different crises, migration, financial crisis, COVID crisis. But the Russian invasion in Ukraine changed Europe's political geography, moving the center of the gravity to the east. And the critical importance of Eastern Europe thus goes beyond the geopolitical dimension. It is the only area that European foreign policy have to give answers. When exactly Eastern European countries are going to be EU members? Are we talking about 10 years, 20 years, 15 years? So my point is that when political leadership is not strong enough, the economic partnership should be the one who is in the front seat of the car. Businessmen are often better ambassadors than the politicians. Europe's biggest problem is not its relationship with the outside world, but the relationship within its countries. And that is why the regional cooperation is the best approach. When I said that the network of clusters are needed, that is not only companies, but also people, human relations. For example, in Bulgaria, we do not love all of our neighbors. We have very old disputes with many of them. And do you know, for example, what is the absurd result for this? We don't have railway connection between Sofia and Skopje. This is a project which started in the 19th century. I repeat, 19th century. But it is not needed, not always love. We don't live in the John Lennon's Imagine song. But we have to have practical approach. For example, we have gas connectivity with Greece, with Turkey. We give energy to Kosovo, to North Macedonia, and that is the approach. So talking about Moldova, I think there are very good examples and very good initiatives. The electricity connector between Vulcanești and Chisinau, the new gas pipeline connector with Romania or the Chisinau belt, the renewable energy sources. Talking about connectivity, I would like to stress out one very delicate topic. I think that talking about connectivity, people of Transnistria cannot be ignored or excluded. All plans for Moldova's EU accession and its economic future and energy policies need to be in account with that territory too. The Transnistrians need to hear more clearly and precisely what it is that Europe can offer them. Great initiatives like the Moldova Innovation Technology Park, respect for this, but there are differences between residences and investors. Yes, the IT sector is very important, crucial, but before being a EU member, you have time to think about the core industry, the heavy industry, the dirty industry. Yes, it is not so sexy, I admit, but it's fundamental. Without this heavy industry, you don't have the grant. And you can use this time now for more intensive incentive measures for this. Because when you become an EU member state, you have so hard state aid regulations that you will not have so flexible policy. If you have well-educated people, and I know you have, if you have secure energy supply and infrastructure, you will not have only residents, you will have investors. And if you have investors, you have security, in my opinion. Thank you.
So much. Thank you so much, Mr. Tsenkov. Very important messages for all of us. Before giving the floor to Mr. Paul Svoboda, I would like actually to thank, first of all, Veronika Malkoch, who is the Deputy President of the European Business Association and Director General of Grave Karat in Moldova. And why I'm saying this, because each time when we are speaking about policies and we are speaking about public-private dialogue, it is very important that businesses are involved with their international expertise, with the best practices, with the best policies for the financial market, for the energy sector, for different kinds of sectors, because always the businesses are one step ahead. And we all try to, especially in the case of Moldova, to align our best practices to the existing ones in the world and also to ensure the legal harmonization in the same way. So on this occasion, I would like to personally thank Grave Karat for all of their active involvement in the policy process, which is happening especially on the financial market and insurance sector of the Republic of Moldova. And on this occasion, allow me to give the floor to Mr. Paul Svoboda, member of the Board of Management of Grave Group. Thank you, Mr. Svoboda.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Grave is an Austrian insurance company, a little bit smaller than VHG. Mr. Höfinger spoke before from VHG, but we are also active in all over southeastern Europe, and we are in Moldova since more than 20 years active. We have been for a certain time the only European insurance company active in Moldova. Now we are joined since, I think, 10 years by VHG, which makes us happy because not being alone is good for the market. Competition, we think positive about competition, but we are still the only life insurance company on the market, and we hope that we also will get some competition here. I personally come to Moldova since 20 years, at least once per quarter. And we can see improvements, but for sure also in infrastructure. But for sure there is still a long way to go. Now speaking about this is an infrastructure panel. I also have to speak about infrastructure, not only about insurance. Thank you for the speaker before me to point out the necessity of heavy industry. Yes, primary industry is important, but also a functional financial system is as well as important. And here we have to say we have banking, we have insurance on the market, but we're still missing, after my opinion, a functional capital market in Moldova. And this also would be important also to fund infrastructure projects in the future. Now, insurance, I think, plays a vital role in infrastructure. If we look at infrastructure projects are long-term project, and also insurance is a long-term business model normally. So in order to infrastructure projects to be built, you need funding. This funding can be public, this funding can be private. And if you look at private funding, normally institutional investors, including insurance companies, play a vital role in funding this. For sure, Moldovan insurance companies are far away of being reasonable investors. If we look as us having the only life insurance license on the market, we have the biggest investment portfolio. Our investment portfolio is 100 million euro. This is a third of the total investment portfolios of the Moldovan insurance market. But nevertheless, we invest this money in Moldova. We invested at the moment, lacking any other investment opportunities, almost exclusively in state bonds. So we own 4.5% of the Moldavian state bonds, which is a huge percentage, and we would be happy to have opportunities to invest in other projects. So if this is one thing where I think we could diversify also the investment portfolio by capital market instrument, also in infrastructure projects. And for sure, if foreign insurance companies see that also here some instrument exists and they are also used by local insurance companies, also foreign insurance companies which have higher potential investment sums, I think would join this. And the second thing is for sure also as infrastructure is a long-term insurance projects, they should be also secured, and one point of securing this is by insurance, and especially if you speak about renewable energy sources, the production plants for renewable energy, be it solar, be it wind, are exposed to natural perils more than traditional power plants, and here plays insurance a vital role. Just think about photovoltaic plants. The danger of hail is imminent, and it's clear that you have to insure it. And for sure, our company, but also the other companies are ready here to have insurance ready to sustain also these infrastructure projects. This said, not everything is bright on the insurance sector. Mr. Prime Minister said that the regulatory framework was improved. Yes, it was improved, but there's still a way to go to European standards, and still some improvements also here in the framework, like in all legislative frameworks, can be done, and we are hoping that this will be achieved in the future, and we are, via Veronica, as you mentioned, always willing to help here and to give our advice. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your very important messages. Indeed, when we speak about EU integration, a long path is also about the policy harmonization, and that's why such organizations as European Business Association are here to support these important processes with our key stakeholders. And yeah, indeed, policy is the keystone of any reform in further implementation. So very important messages. And I would like to actually finalize this very important panel by giving the floor to Mr. Adam Grodzinski, team leader for economic development at the EU delegation to the Republic of Moldova, the most important partner to the Republic of Moldova in this extremely historical exercise and path of the Republic of Moldova in the context of the EU integration. Mr. Grodzinski, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mariana, and very warm good morning to you all. Well, the downside of being the last speaker, I think, is that I will need to repeat some pieces of information that you already heard from previous panelists. Nevertheless, please bear with me. Nevertheless, I will try to be really brief and provide this information from a little bit different angle in the hope that it will subside better. So, as you know, Moldova has enjoyed the status of closely associated with the European Union country already since 2014, and has been an EU candidate country since 2022. And so I think it's only natural that EU has been a long-standing supporter of countries' priority development needs and goals. In a nutshell, I think we can summarize that what this collaboration with Moldova is about helping the country grow economically and retain political stability. And I think we can also rephrase this a bit by referring to the motto of today's event and saying that we are simply building economic bridges during difficult times. And I think since it's really difficult to imagine a modern and thriving economy without efficient public infrastructure and resilient energy sector in place, there's not surprising that providing improved public infrastructure and enhancement of Moldova's energy security have been among the key priorities of the EU assistance provided to the country in the 2021-24 period. And this is nicely demonstrated by some facts and figures. In fact, over this period, EU has mobilized approximately 2.2 billion of support to help Moldova to advance with its development priorities and the different support instruments, primarily bilateral cooperation program, but also some regional programs and thematic facilities that Moldova has access to. This amount includes 1.6 billion of euros that were allocated to different public and private investments in flagship projects, and this amount, 1.6, also includes loans provided by European Investment Bank and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, our two key European partners in crime with whom we typically associate our investment grants on large-scale infrastructure projects under the so-called blended finance approach. More statistics. Of this amount, some 40%, so nearly 900 million, was allocated to support major projects and initiatives in the energy sector, and 29% were allocated to support improvement of transport system and infrastructure. And here I need to make a small parenthesis. Nearly half of the amount that was allocated to energy sector was actually provided as direct aid to the state budget and was, to our knowledge, primarily dedicated for setting up and going on with the compensation scheme of electricity bills for some vulnerable consumers and also for some emergency gas purchases. So in a classical way, it was not a typical investment, but still I think we can agree that it was a very much needed, indispensable investment in society's resilience. Now, in terms of energy security, the focus was on increasing domestic energy efficiency in both public and residential sectors, boosting capacity for domestic electricity production, including from renewable energy schemes, and enhancing connectivity with the EU energy market, as mentioned already by some of the colleagues here. In terms of public infrastructure, as I already mentioned, improving transport system was a priority, and is more specifically improving the transport links that connect Moldova with the European Union. So I think Mr. State Secretary already mentioned the ongoing major road upgrading investment effort, and as a result of which I think over 600 kilometers of key roads will be improved. The upgrade of the railway sections along the north-south corridor were also mentioned, but to this I can add also that we are addressing some infrastructural bottlenecks at the key border crossing points with Romania. As you heard from as Moldova, again, the open accession negotiation with the EU back in 2024. From this year onwards, it will be supported under the consolidated EU support package, which is called Growth Plan, but the facility that will support the implementation of the Growth Plan ambition is actually called Moldova Reform and Growth Facility, and it will be implemented over the period 25-27. And it comes, as it was already mentioned, with a substantial financial package of euro 1.9 billion, of which the vast majority, 1.5 billion, will be highly concessional loans provided by the European Union, and the rest non-repayable grants, basically for funding smaller scale investments and technical assistance to facilitate EU integration effort. Funds will be targeted to inspire crucial reforms across many sectors of economy, together with important investments. And these are jointly meant to unlock growth drivers and employment opportunities and accelerate economic growth of the country and also facilitate the EU accession process. And if we manage to live up to this ambition, it is expected that the impact of this growth plan facility can result in the doubling of the country's economy in terms of GDP growth over the next 10 years. Now, regarding investments part, we are in close discussion with Moldovan government and with other finance institutions about the investment pipeline to support this ambition of the growth plan. And it is assumed that at least 25% of the 1.5 billion amount that I've already mentioned will be set aside by the government to co-finance priority investment projects. EU, in turn, will provide 135 million of non-repayable grants, which will be then blended with finance coming from international finance institutions. And it is expected that this, let's say, seed money that will come with the growth plan will leverage some 2.5 billion of additional money for new investments, mostly from international finance institutions, but also to some extent from the private sector. And maybe the last piece of information is that there is some oil that will be provided to set this investment machinery in motion. Moldovan colleagues certainly know about it, but for your information, it is foreseen that the advance payment under the growth plan facility, the 18% of the total amount, will be already disbursed to the country in June 25. So indeed there are some good prospects for the country to grow and for us to cooperate effectively on this investment effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gruzicki. It's a very, very important message. As you can see, distinguished audience, very concrete input we have to provide in the context of this money coming from the growth plan. So considering that we have just a little bit of time, we will ask our distinguished panelists to also answer a couple of questions. And having the great honor to be the moderator of the panel, I would like to use the occasion to have with us Mr. Dorin Junghetu, Mr. Pascăluță. The growth plan today was really mentioned for very many times, because this is really the catalyzer of the very concrete reforms that are in the process of being implemented, and they will be implemented in the nearest future in order to really show results, very concrete results in our path for European integration. So maybe a question, Mr. Junghetu, what would be the key priorities for the energy sector when we speak about the growth plan? Because some of the money is coming really very soon and we have to deliver. What are the key priorities on your agenda? And Mr. Pascăluță, if you can also share some of the insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Rufa. Well, in terms of energy sector, the Moldova Growth Plan, it's distributed, let's say, split it for the energy in 3 lots of projects. The lots of projects, they are grouped in such a way to attend certain needs or immediate needs, like it's the security of supply, like the dimension of energy efficiency in the public buildings, in the private buildings, and of course the third dimension, which are the infrastructure projects. In the first lot, most of the projects are included of security of supply and of course also energy efficiency, because they are short and medium term projects which can address immediate needs. In the second lot, mostly will be 1 project attending the security of supply and 2 projects attending the energy efficiency projects, because the cheapest energy is the one that we don't spend. And that's why for Moldova, having significant energy consumption to hit 1 square meter, energy efficiency projects are so critical. And in the third dimension, we will have generation. In the third lot, we will have projects for power generation, renewable projects and the one that will bring more resilience into the energy sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these important questions. When we discuss about our plans and to use the European funds, just a general thing, for full rehabilitation of all our TNT network, we are in need with 15 billion euros. So we will try to use very, in the very good and economic orientated to develop our economy. So we will try to use the funds to have immediate and medium maybe actions that will improve our transport connection. And as I mentioned before, so for us it's very important to develop multimodal hubs. Why multimodal hub? Because we are situated between Ukraine and Romania. We have a different goal when we discuss about the railways, and we need to use as more as possible our railways and naval type of transport. So in that way, we want to, for the first stage, we want to develop the Berești multimodal hub, because there we have a feasibility study that is provided. So now we just need to develop and to find some financial solutions to create these multimodal hubs. Also, to assure that we will have a feasibility study for the pre-ideation funds when discuss about the railways, and here we are discussing about the European standard gauge Chisinau, because it's very important for the passenger type of transport, but also for the freight type of transport. The same thing we will have at Chisinau multimodal hubs, but at the moment we are developing the feasibility study, so it will not be eligible for the first stage. The rehabilitation of the current infrastructure on the railways, we want to reopen the Valeni section because it's very important. It's a strategic one that connects Giurgiulești port with main core on the railways. Also, we want to develop Mărculești Airport. So here we have short investments that could be provided and that will help a lot to develop this airport as a cargo terminal. As I mentioned before, there is a railway connection. And of course, the TNT network, comprehensive network on the roads, and here the total cost are around 1.2 billion euros. And also we want to develop and to invest maybe in our project on the regional development. So we have the transport that will help the regional development, but also under our policies we have the European Village project and also regional project that will also be proposed for the financing from the growth plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pascaluță, very concrete answers. Distinguished audience, having this absolutely unique occasion to address questions to our political leaders and key officials of the sector, we can take one or two questions from the room, but please be short and concise just to have time to answer. Who would like to address a question? Maybe we have our guests that would like to learn more from the current opportunities.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Marcela Lefter, Sedera Group company. So I'm developer of renewable utility scale projects. So speaking about infrastructure, we are very interesting about the roads, of course, because we have to transport our wind turbines, and it's very important to be designed and built in a way that we can reduce our logistical costs. So why is important to take into consideration for any infrastructure projects, so that can allow after that. So for us as a wind turbine developer, so to transport and to use the new roads in the country, even the access to be built and designed in this way. So like a recommendation, because it's very important when we are talking about big renewable or energy projects, also the roads are one of the main points and key points when we are calculating capex cost of the projects. Another point that I would like to understand better about our energy infrastructure, especially with the line, the third line in our development plan, Gutinaș-Strășeni, that as I understood from the public consultation of the growth plan, was included in the growth plan, And having here representatives from the EU delegation and also our Minister of Energy, so to be sure if this very important for us project is included and an estimated timeline for this project. Another comment from my side, so is about, of course, it's very important to have the most priority ones to have our connections with Romania. But what we are doing with our connections with Ukraine, because maybe it's very important to strengthen our grid connection, electricity, I mean, for Ukraine. Hopefully one day we will start to assist to deliver electricity in the big project named Reconstruction of Ukraine. And my last question is about the possibility to trade electricity from Moldova to the region, because we can see a very high interest of the investors, of the project developers in our country. But by the other hand, we do not have such a high demand for the electricity consumption. Hope one day we'll have the heavy industry that was mentioned today and having increasing our consumption. But in these conditions, if we can, for example, generate green and cheaper electricity here and export after that, so of course we need infrastructure that we already mentioned and clear commercial trading rules. So market coupling, what is the timeline and what we can do to benefit from this. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcella. Mr. Junghetto, I think.
I will try to be quicker. As I mentioned, our road infrastructure is a part of the TNT network. This means that we will rebuild and build roads according to the EU standards. EU standards will allow us to avoid all the limitation and also involve the ITS. ITS is Intelligent Transport Systems. That will also facilitate the good coordination between all the parties to assure that we have, so there are no limitations for the private sector to transport their goods. So we will impose and we will follow these special rules. So actually in our country we'll have the same rules as in the EU. And we will have the main core that will connect Chisinau with Ungheni, and also the comprehensive network that also will be in line with the EU standards. And in the same time, we are working to construct bridges, new bridges between our country and Romania. And we started works on the first highway bridge at Ungheni. I was there previous week and they are working. So I really hope that in 1.5 years, we will have a new highway bridge and will be a first step of our future highway that will connect our city with the European transport system. Thank you.
Very concise. Thank you so much, Mr. Paskalutza. Conciser than the question.
This year, this spring, Moldova was so sunny and windy that despite the fact that we were targeting by 2030 to reach 30% of energy being produced from renewables into the grid, we managed by 15th of March. There was a very sunny day when there was almost 26 or 28% of electricity generated from renewable, and the 34% on the 16th of April. So that's a very good indication that all those investments made so far of 650 megawatts capacities already installed, they are giving the results. It's not a secret that we have now ongoing the second auction of bringing into the grid additional 165 megawatts. But of course, as Madame Lefter said, energy needs to flow. And electricity grid of Moldova is quite outdated, so to be better integrated with the grid, with the European grid, we need additional interconnectors. We have a second interconnector, Bălți-Suceava, which is already financed, for which the route was already formalized, and the intention is to launch the auction to select the contractor who will build or the contractors who will build that project by this summer, by the middle of this summer. So we are very, very close with that. Indeed, we need a third interconnector, Strășeni-Gutinaș, which was included in the third lot of growth plan. And for that, we are advancing with the initiation of the feasibility study. As well, we are cooperating with the colleagues from Romania to expedite the route definition from their side, and to be able to meet above or nearby the Prut River to have a common junction point for this line. So if for the Bălți-Suceava, the timeline, it's second half of 2027, this third interconnector initially was planned to 2030. According to the results of feasibility study, there is hope, and we'll work to make sure that that project will be expedited. Why so? Because you know that these days we are in process, we already adopted the new electricity law bill in the parliament in the first lecture, and it's a matter of days when the law will be passed to the parliament for the second lecture. That second lecture and the law will open for several activities, the energy system. So balancing market coupling. The initial calendar for the market coupling with European Union was early 2028. But I'm coming with a challenging, let's say, scenario. I was last week in Warsaw, and the new calendar for this to happen, it's by middle of 2027. It's challenging, but all the parties are committed to make that happen in this time frame. I hope this answers the questions. And there was one more question about the interconnector with Ukraine. At the moment, we have one 330 kilovolts overhead power line connecting us with Ukraine. And it was identified a project of common interest for Moldova and Ukraine, a second parallel line. So we are initiating the discussions with Ukrainian partners to see how we can work to develop this interconnector as well, to identify the ways of financing but yeah, the project is of common interest for both countries.
Thank you so much, Mr. Junghetu. Thank you so much, Mr. Pascaluță. I think we have one more question from one of the biggest electricity distribution company in Moldova, Premier Energy, EBA board member, José Luis Gomez Pascual, please. No, you have a microphone, José Luis, please.
Thank you. No,
a true investor who is in Moldova for more than 20 years, by the way, just to prove that.
No, I think we are, José Luis Gomez, Premier Energy, we are listening to many good news, especially in the energy sector, how it is moving. And I would also like to put another good news or reminder, and I know I'm a bit persistent. Look, if we look at the recent renewable energy tenders, you will see that the investors, local and international, that have come, have offered, I think, twice or thrice, 3 times the available capacity for the tenders, which was 165. So now we know that, and you mentioned that is in the letter of intent signed, is going to be a new tender for renewables, and then a new tender for balancing capacity, flexibility, both, I guess, batteries and generation. And that's very good. I mean, it's kind of a big opportunity for investors to participate in the development of Moldova. And just my good news, my reminder is that the private sector, I mean, Moldova will need to create what is called replacement reserves. Moldova will need to have strategic capacity for generation. And I think I would like to say that the private sector is also available, local and international, to contribute on that, no? Because it's needed. It's not now probably in the short-term framework, but I think Moldova has to build that, and the private sector can be a good partner. Thank you.
José Luis, thank you very much for your speech. As you know, colleagues, our regulator already launched the public discussions over the decision to initiate the balancing market and the system services. It's crucial and it's imperative that this market will be launched by this autumn. It's very important because, you know, at the moment we are one balancing block with Ukraine. But in order to enhance the resilience of our grid, we have to be able to balance our own grid. That's why it's so important that this tender will be launched by this autumn, and everybody is committed to make this happen.
Karolina Bugayan, who is the Director General of Molcel and also President of EBA.
Thank you very much, Mariana. Thank you very much, dear panelists, for the great insights that you have given. I will speak today a little bit more from members of the EBA, talking about the export and exporting capacity, and the thing that, yes, indeed, we will be developing our productivity and goods. What about the bridges towards EU and transportation through Romania? So, Mr. Pașcaluță, if you can a little bit expand also about, because you have said that the total need of Moldova sector is about 50 billion investments. And you mentioned about the multi-purpose hubs that are there to develop. What about the bridges that we all know that are needing investments?
Thank you very much, Karolina. Maybe it's also in the context, dear distinguished guests, that since 2014, the export from the Republic of Moldova to EU have doubled, like from 35% towards almost 70%. Of course, it's about infrastructure and transportation. So, Mr. Pașcaluță, if you can share with us like the key priorities for the bridges. Thank you so much, Karolina.
Yeah. So, I mentioned that in 18 months we will finish the works for the first highway bridge at Ungheni-Ungheni. Our approach is to construct as more as possible connection with the Romanian part, because there is a lack of them, and all our private operators know that. In the same time, our colleagues from Romania signed for a contract for feasibility study for 4 new bridges. This feasibility study will be finished by the end of this year, and after that, with the support of the Romanian part, we will start works on 4 new bridges. So at the moment, we have 1 new bridge that will be finished in a year and a half. Till the end of this year, we will have finished 4 feasibility study. Why is it important to have feasibility study? Because till our plan is starting with 2027 to be eligible or to be allowed to apply for pre-aderation funds. Our approach is to kindly ask our colleagues from Romania to support financially all these projects, because the Ungheni-Ungheni bridge is covered by the Romanian budget and also by the EU budget. And also the same approach will be for the next 4 bridges. In the same time, it's important also to mention that on the bureaucratical part, we will have coordinated controls. It's important to have just one stop. So till our adheration to the EU, we can have just coordination control, but after that we'll have the joint control. So it will exclude a lot of bureaucratical procedures. Another important thing is ITS, as I mentioned, is the digitalization. So to have a general bank data that will be connected with the Romanian part, that also will exclude a lot of bureaucratical procedures. So we are working together to improve the connectivity between our country and EU.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pașcaluță. Actually, we have had an extremely concrete and very active dynamic panel, because this is a dynamic evolution of this sector in the Republic of Moldova, so it was absolutely organic and a very natural flow of questions, especially that we are also in the process of the bidding process for the bigger capacities in the renewables, and that would be really a revolutionary step in the sector. That's why the investors keep an eye on us. We become more and more attractive, and we would be more than happy to expand your investments in Moldova. Now, just if you can share with us your warm applauses to thank our distinguished guests in today's panel. Thank you so much. Vienna Economic Forum is a permanent and operational platform that over the years built bridges. We are proud as the Republic of Moldova that these bridges between Vienna Economic Forum and Moldova have been also built, thus creating huge opportunities for the policymakers and businesses in the Republic of Moldova. Saying this, allow me to invite Her Excellency, Ms. Ambassador Kircheva, for award ceremony to the scene. Ms. Kircheva, the floor is yours. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen from the hall, gentlemen from the state. The president of Vienna Economic Forum, Ambassador Brix, just told me, only gentlemen on the state. I ask you...
I'm the exception, Your Excellency. So
you are belong to Vienna Economic Forum, only the guests. I ask you to stay at the stage for the next small ceremony of Vienna Economic Forum. And I would like to ask to come to me two ladies to make the balance. Ambassador Avalone, Mrs. Natalia Bejan. Kommen Sie zu mir, bitte. It was German. So, we have here. Ladies and gentlemen on the stage. We are so happy, Vienna Economic Forum, to work with such ladies. We like the gentlemen, but to work with ladies who are good, it's really not so often. Allow me, on behalf of the Board of Vienna Economic Forum and our president and our vice presidents here, to give some plaque of honor of Vienna Economic Forum to these beautiful ladies. Mrs. Ambassador Avalone, it's yours. It's yours. Thank you so much. And we have also mentioned that our program, and in my opening speech, I also mentioned that I asked the pro-rector of, I'll try to read in Moldavian, Universitate de Stat di Moldova. Yeah? Mr. Pro-Rector Vladimir Dolgi, we are very happy to have the next memorandum of understanding with the next university. Vienna Economic Forum has, I think there are 8 countries with the university of them. We have this memorandum of understanding. What want we with this memorandum? We want to give the opportunity, and maybe the next, we will write to everybody, in the next month, in June, to invite to Vienna the rectors or pro-rectors, and to found League of University of the Region of Vienna Economic Forum. So, Mr. Pro-Rector, I'm happy to thank you for coming. And I would like to just ask to go to our presidents. Please, the ladies will be.
Yeah, congratulations and our warm applauses for this very important awarding.
Thank you again, Mr. Minister, Mr. State Secretary. I would like to invite everybody to come to Vienna on the 17th of November for the next big Vienna Economic Forum, 22nd Vienna Economic Forum in Vienna. And thank you very much. This is excellent.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Kircheva. our kind gratitude for your kind attention, our distinguished panelists, and now we are inviting you to enjoy a nice lunch offered by the organizers, and may you enjoy the whole week actually and the second part of the day today. Have a nice day. Thank you.